What games grade? B1. Oh, B1.
was lucky. 3-1. She played it. really good coffee. 4-1. Yeah, the coffee's wonderful. Hand out, 2-4. 3-4. Nice, Emma. I've got 5-4, but I missed the start. So what? Oh, sorry, I've got 5-4. So what is it? 5-4. 5-4. 5-4. Now it's 5-5. Now it's 5-5. So I actually forgot to take the score at the beginning.
Steve, can I get it?
Hand out 6-5.
Commentary last night.
7-5.
They got farms here.
I got a couple. Not the right ones, unfortunately, but we'll make something work.
Yeah, awesome.
Hand out 6-7.
Any of them got that $5 million again? A real nice one for sale.
See you recruiting for your cousin.
7-all.
What town you'll be in there?
Are you guys up in?
The Ollie watched the game last night and he was laughing at your commentary.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, Emma.
Now,
Geez, I'm not that old.
Ollie's parents.
Ollie's.
I know who's Ollie's parents are.
Come on, Emma.
Process of mate. No, that makes sense. Yeah.
He was laughing. Still love you, hope till we get 5. And he was laughing.
I said to him afterwards, I said, you probably don't want to go and review that match because it's not much to listen to.
Was it? Yeah. Tries hard. We're just trying to work through the patience thing with them, through the accounts. Opening accounts. Keep going for it. If you have a good day, it's good. If you have a bad day,
It's pretty soft. I heard it. We're not right up front.
yeah.
No, it's okay. Exactly what the grilling will be.
Wednesday's hard enough without bloody.
How are we all going?
Played the odd game recently.
Hi, Steve. I know. I was like that yesterday.
Is it time alright? Okay.
Well, maybe that's, yeah. So what did you do for your accolades? No? Don't say
Bring
that.
them waters.
Cheers.
Oh, oh, shillers. One job. I know. Sorry. We all knew. Oh, good Lord. She broke her racket yesterday before she started. We've got one getting stringed, and I grabbed that off Tom Marshall just as she left. In case this happened, thinking that what would be the odds? She didn't even have a hit.
Must be the string.
Oh, you could have asked. She was looking at me, and I was thinking I would have asked. What would have been the worst? Tom would have said let.
I'm probably going to sit down there.
Oh, Joe. Have a hit with that racket a bit.
So that was
Don't worry about your rackets. At least we grabbed that one off Tom.
Can you hear things happening?
It's nothing.
No.
It's always something that's...
If you're up the front,
No,
when they say the score, you can hear it just
Yeah, I fixed the speaker.
right up there.
In the middle of the court.
It works,
Yeah, no, I'll turn it up now for you.
but it's really
She said
quiet.
it's right up the front of the court.
You can hear it when they say you can just hear it. But
Yeah,
if you're
I'll just-
any further back than like in the first quarter, then no.
the people who runs up on them.
Yeah.
Out to the gang one.
Yeah, we took
So
it.
it seems like that playing.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's certainly coming through the clear down here, and I'm upstairs and Bucky.
Chris,
Chris,
do you want to take over
See
this?
that makes a difference.
warming up, we weren't easy, yeah.
So it's only
Very careful.
Okay, we just wait for Mike to be here.
Okay.
To start, and if we can, we will. But our first is back until 9:40.
check what the water wants.
Did you bring a piece of paper? Or you still got it?
Probably just-
That was a weird ass rally. Sorry. I'm making it easy for you refs.
Am I a referee or not?
Referee. Oh. Got a match.
Come on, Emma! That's a nice one. Shut them up!
Spark.
Let's go, Emma.
Hey, we're not the only one.
Dale. So there's no calls until I come.
Yeah, it should be. So if you got a meeting,
Yeah, you seem to actually get.
you got a kid. Do we know who's on here next?
Maybe that one's just the same thing.
What the 9 o'clock game was it?
Sorry? No. Did I just say? No, we haven't.
Ollie.
Make funny, Jason.
Sorry, yes, I did hear you push it.
You press the button.
We're hoping that you can hear Lily.
She
misses a not up, she'll yell it, but she'll have to yell it again. You're the marker, you're doing all the yelling as usual. I sit here and do nothing.
They can't hear them, don't worry.
Okay.
I will do the old signals.
No, you can't. You can't hear anything from them yet. You've got to rely on the speaker.
They haven't spun yet.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to this day 2 of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic here at the Hutt City Squash Club, and the second of the consolation matches on court at the moment. You can see Oliver Dunbar from Wellington, the Tower Club, up against Joseph Watts, formerly Manawa 2, now out of Hawke's Bay, and he said he's moving to Taupo very shortly. Former top junior in New Zealand. Had a PSA ranking of 160 odd, and a very unorthodox shot to take the score to all in this, the first game. And of course we did speak to Joseph Watts yesterday after his match. He had a loss to Tom Marshall, and he was very interested watching Oliver Dunbar take on Evan Williams. Of course, Evan Williams top seed, world number 79, and a player that actually coaches Dunbar. Joseph Watt's watching that and very interested because he said, well, I've got to play him next morning. Let's see how I rock up to that one. Hasn't really played competitive squash for, said, around about 6 years. This will be a good test as well for the just turned 15-year-old Dunbar. He's done very well around the country, well in the North Island juniors. Obviously a lot of tournaments have been put on hold. Another good opportunity here for him to play against experienced opponents and learn quite a bit. Certainly stood up against Evan Williams in the first game. And a lengthy rally here. Good use of the corners from Watts. Well played from Oliver Dunbar in the end. A lengthy rally. All corners of the court used. A couple of drops in there. In fact, it was a drop shot from Dunbar that probably helped him cement that rally in the end. Just moved Watts around. Yeah, nice winning shot. And Dunbar realised that he put himself in a bit of danger there. He had Watts come up and pretty much plaster away the forehand drive into the corner. 5-4. Off balance shot. Some good running. I think it was picked up. Dunbar just asking the officials, was that a pick up or did it bounce twice?
I am reffing. He's just watching.
So we've got a nice little comeback by Watts. He was down a point, now up by a couple. So no, just still up by one. Oh, yep, up by two. There you go. The scoreboard has clicked over.
And out 5-6.
So plenty of good quarterfinals coming up after this match as well. Quite a few interesting clashes. And then later on this afternoon we have the semi-finals, of course the finals of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. They are from 12:30 tomorrow. Catch it here on skysportnext online. It's a 16-player draw, men's and women's. And some good prize money. Also satellite, PSA satellite points as well. So that's good for some of the younger players to get into the scheme of things as such. Try out their hands, and there we go with 8-5 now. That's a good comeback. He was down 4-5, 4 in a row. Watts has a tendency on a lot of his forehands to actually lean onto his right leg and put his weight there a little bit. It looks to be almost off balance. Well, it would be if he had to quickly switch to the backhand side.
9-5.
And taking 5 points in a row. And some great matches yesterday. The final match of the night, well, that just went for a long time indeed. It was 5 long, entertaining games. It was Alan Bailey, but he didn't quite put it to bed as such. And some good matches all throughout the day. Some young players learning and a couple of older ones maybe hurting. First game ball here for Joseph Watts. And there we go. just nice and smooth on that one, actually, for Joseph Watts. He'll be happy to take that first game 11-6. And good work for the slightly older player in this one. He was runner-up 2 times in a row at the New Zealand Young Farmer, which is pretty amazing. It's great effort there. So well done for Joseph Watts, who's a little bit frustrated he didn't win it. But, he tried his hand at the farming, and he said that he was really into it, but good to get back into squash now for Joseph Watts. He said he might try it a bit more in the future, now that he's moving to Taupo. And you can see here that Watts taking the first 11-6. And we'll give you an update very shortly with some of the other matches and which matches are coming up today.
The slip of paper should have had who the players were on it, maybe. Players would have helped.
Yeah. You can sit anywhere. That's what's one. That's what's one.
Back into the second game. Joseph Watts, as you can see there, 11-6 in the first. The one of 7 siblings of Caitlin Watts, initially out of the Manawatu region. Former very good junior around New Zealand with Evan Williams. Let's take a look here at how on the forehand serve, bit of a flick at that one. Oliver Dunbar, the just turned 15-year-old. He was up 5-4 in the first game, but a real run of points to Joseph Watts. More experienced player helped him out there. So just looking at the matches that we have on today on all of the courts, we've already had a couple completed and a couple of consolation matches. Lily Ray defeating Emma Sanchez-Brown in straight games, consolation match there. So that's Lily Ray out of Timaru. Annabelle Romero, well, she defeated Samantha Douglas in straight games, the consolation match there. And looking at Katie Templeton from the Bay of Plenty, had a, let's look, a 4-game victory, 55 minutes that one, over Mackenzie Tate. So that match completed in the consolation. 3 matches completed in the women's consolation. We are looking at a men's consolation here, and that is Oliver Dunbar out of the Tawa Club in Wellington against Joseph Watts. I guess we'll put him in Hawke's Bay at the moment, ex-Manawatu. And other matches coming up on this main court. After this, we'll see Glenn Templeton against Jonathan Barnett. That'll be a good one. Templeton from Bay of Plenty and Barnett from Wellington. This is actually his club. Former very good junior. In fact, I think he and his sister Rebecca both won the national junior champs in the same year. So a few years ago. And other matches to come up on this court. Diana Galloway from Wellington against Winona Joe Joyce. She's from the Hawke's Bay. And we'll have Wills Donnelly against Connor Plumley. And also another quarterfinal here will be Emma Miller, national champion, against Hannah Grimmett. And let's see, other matches coming up today. Well, on the second court, Evan Williams against Tom Marshall. You can see that match as well. And that'll be a good one out of Blenheim. Tom Marshall, we spoke to him yesterday. Solid player, really learning and improving his game. And We'll also have Caitlin Watts against Maiden League Co. For the quarterfinal in the women's. And as we look through another match, Jenna Gregory against Holly Shuja. That'd be a good test for Jenna Gregory. Teenager against a much more experienced Holly Shuja. And we'll check one more. Will be Chris Vandersam against Cameron Scott. Cameron Scott winning the very entertaining contest last night, very late. That game will be around about 12:20 on the second court. And we'll see how Cameron Scott rocks up after his 5-game epic last night. So good quarterfinals coming up, but in the meantime, we'll look back at this particular contest on the court now. And Joseph Watts. No, they've been points over, boys. And just a little bit of trouble for the players to hear the actual points for the scores.
Missed a pick up earlier on.
I know, I thought he got it.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I'm ready.
And
Are you happy to play a left or not?
If you want to play a let, you can play a let.
Joseph Watts saying we should play a let. He thought that Oliver Dunbar had actually retrieved the ball. So we're back to 6-3. Dunbar's had a little bit of a let off there. Well, I went for an early burst tight on the wall. Didn't come off. This is a really good test for Oliver Dunbar. How is he going to react to the more experienced player with a 4-point, make that 3-point lead, make that 4-point, make that 5. Well, they're just keeping up with the scoreboard there. How's he going to refocus onto this? What can he actually do here? Did he put so much effort into last night that it's maybe letting him down? And did Joseph Watts just need that one match yesterday to actually get into the swing of things as such? And an open court there for Watts. Didn't quite play it away as much as he should. And in the end, Oliver Dunbar comes up with a good winner from the backhand corner. And a bit of a squeeze there on the backhand wall. Too much for Dunbar to get away. Frustration on his face. And you can see the off-balance shot on the forehand again from Watts. Controlling the tempo of the points, also in between each point. Focus. Little check of the score there from Dunbar. And you can see the players looking up. There is a high scoreboard that a lot of the players look up to. And a good point back for Dunbar. So 3 points isn't so far away. And it's one less now. So that is good work by the youngster. Coached by Evan Williams, who beat him yesterday. Very much a roll on a lot of shots, on a lot of backhand shots. The wrist. Just holding that ball nicely. Dunbar. See the temperament of the youngster. How can he hold on to this? So far, he's trying to work his way back to the middle of the court nicely. Taking just a couple of steps into that forehand corner. See if Watts can really move forward. He's been kept back into the corners quite well at the moment. A bit of scrambling there from Dunbar. did well though, back in the point. Looking for that volley, and the smash also for Watts. And that was a good point.
And out, 10-7 game ball.
And quite a vital point as well. As Watts the just easy going backhand serve. Not really boast. Impressive play from Dunbar. What's he looking for there? Yep. He's kept his head nicely.
And out, 8-10 game ball.
Hasn't necessarily tried for an early winner. And been quite happy to actually play a longer point.
Strike to Joe.
And the stroke, and I think there's not much you can argue about there, Oliver. I'm not going to change their mind on that one. It was pretty much concrete, that one. So 2 games to love now for Joseph Watts over the teenager Oliver Dunbar. And some good play from Joseph Watts, keeping his cool and just working his way around. Also for Oliver Dunbar, staying in the longer points, not trying to do too much. A little bit frustrated on the last one, gets the stroke against him. But there we go. That is 2 games to love in this consolation match coming up shortly. Well, after this contest, we'll have our first of our quarterfinals.
Yeah, you meant to be wearing it. You're supposed to have.
Out to all.
Out.
Hand out 3-2.
Racing away, we've got getting stuck into this third game already. Joseph Watts against Oliver Dunbar. It is consolation match of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic here at the Hutt City Squash Club. And we're at Faser Park. A lot of cars, a lot of people, a lot of different sports being played around the venue today. And here we've got the squash underway. As we said, it is PSA Satellite.
5-2.
Yes, we were meant to be playing the Oliver Sport NZ Championships, full draws, but obviously COVID changes a lot of things around the country and around the world. But at least we have a tournament, and it is a good tournament, good players too, and a fantastic rally here between these two players, all over the court. Some nice lunges that could hurt tomorrow or later on today for Joseph Watts. Doing pretty well so far. Nice lead. Just gonna like that one. And the winning shot there, a good shot as well, staying low and giving him a 5 to make that 6-2 lead here in the third. He was a little bit concerned about playing against someone like Oliver Dunbar. He played against a 16-year-old, almost 17-year-old in Tom Marshall yesterday and lost in straight. But I think it was a bit of a shock to the system for Joseph Watts as he got back into the sport. And he had a keen eye on Oliver Dunbar, just how to play him. When he watched Evan Williams beat Dunbar yesterday. And good learning curve for Dunbar. Oh, nice play. Well read from Joseph Watts. Knew that his opponent was coming up behind him on the forehand side and played it across the court deep into the backhand corner. Well, that's an unusual couple of shots. We're back into a couple more orthodox. And no, not quite on that one. As we say orthodox, it's hidden to the tin off a forehand volley from back in the court. And don't forget that tomorrow we do have the finals from 12:30. Stu Davenport, former world number 3, one of New Zealand's best players, will be joining me for the finals, both the women's and the men's, so they'll be entertaining full stop. And, Stu Davenport, one of New Zealand's best, as I said, along with Ross Norman, and that was when New Zealand managed to make it to the final of the men's world teams. New Zealand have done that twice. Last time the world teams were held, the New Zealand team came 5th. They were actually targeting 4th. I'm quite frustrated they didn't get 4th, but they came 5th last time. In theory, there is a teams event for New Zealand in December in Malaysia. So we'll see how that team comes in. That'll be Paul Cole, Evan Williams, and the two Chalisi brothers, Lawamba and Timwa. And hopefully that event can be held. In the meantime, it is match ball to Joseph Watts. And there we go, it is match to Joseph Watts. He'll be relieved to get that over in 3. Still has more consolation matches to be played later on today. And so the win there, Joseph Watts, formerly Manawatu out of Hawke's Bay at the present time, defeating Oliver Dunbar 11-6, 11-8 and 11-5. That is the second of our consolation matches on the court here on the main court so far today. We'll be coming back with our first quarter-final on this court not too far away.
something more permanent for
Yeah.
next scenario.
Yeah.
We had these last couple
Here
That's it. I know. I thought you'd pay for all this. No one planned nothing.
Last time, because he should have stung me. She didn't go mercy. She was like gonna go. I was going for that. Sorry, Milk, you're just stroking. I got it. And Milk's going back to stroke. I'm gonna milk stroking. I'll make them watch it later.
Just down the road, like.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because otherwise I was going to use like 120.
I don't know, I sold it from Molly.
Yeah, it's Molly's skirt.
And then I thought to give it back. And then I told her, I was like, oh my gosh, it's not. That's alright. And I told her we're it again. Okay. So she's unfazed.
It's like her favourite skirt, so she will want it back at some point.
It's such a nice skirt. But
We're talking about your skirt.
Just a reminder, it's a 2-minute break between games. Yep.
All the Sport New Zealand Classic 2021 Men's Open Division Quarterfinal match between Glenn Templeton to serve, Jonathan Barnett to receive. 35 games. Love all.
Okay, we are on here for the first of the quarterfinals on this, the main court. It is the Oliver Sport NZ Classic, and we have Glenn Templeton up against Jonathan Barnett. Barnett from Wellington, a former top junior, and sister Rebecca Barnett, also from a top junior as well. And this should be a very intriguing contest. And we've got the power of Glenn Templeton, and sometimes just seems to lope around the court, but he takes big strides and get to the ball very well. And we're going to see some good tactics here from Johnny Barnett, just already easing into this, the first point, using a lot of shots to the backhand side of Templeton. And joining me now, we've got Alan Bailey. He was involved in a bit of an epic clash, and it just tends to be the way of most sports that the last game of the night is the longest. Thank you very much for that, Alan Bailey. Your epic contest against Cameron Scott didn't quite go your way.
Not quite.
No, it went 5, and I'm not sure how he's going to back up when he takes on Chris Van der Sar today. I'm not sure how you're going to back up. You've got a consolation match coming up.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be all right. I mean, you seemed to love running in that contest last night.
Yeah,
possibly a bit too much. Possibly a bit too much sometimes.
Good for you, isn't it? Bit of cardio.
Yeah, exactly. So tell me about that match. Cameron Scott just seemed to enjoy hanging around a bit in every single point.
Yeah, well, he's a Classics Masters player, right? Me and Cam have been training a bit over these last couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
He's from Kapiti, so it's only an hour from Palmy, so gone over there and we've had a hit with the guys. Yeah, real nice guy. I was texting him trash talk all week, both ways.
Oh no!
So it was kind of a bit of a grudge match between us, but no, it was good fun.
Yeah, I mean,
Good guy,
it's he's a Masters player who I guess is it the easiest way to say hangs around in a point.
Yeah, he's very patient though, as well. So you see, he put in the drop shot, but then he's happy to put a lob in and reset the rally. And
we put in a few dives as well.
3 dives from him.
Yeah. One we almost called a flop. But the rest were elegant to a certain extent. There was also
I don't think he got up very quick from any of them, but
no.
I love the commitment.
Yeah, good commitment.
Buys him a minute rest as well.
And what about yourself when you play? I had Jason Fletcher with me talking through your match, and he said you're one of the better players out of the Manawatu region at the present time. You can say that you're the best if you want.
I'll claim it.
You claim it. He said that there's quite a lot of squash going on in the region, that there's quite a few clubs that are reasonably energised, even considering that it's been a disrupted last couple of years. Would you feel that way, that there's some good games going on?
Yeah, I feel it's been a bit of a resurgence, really, because we've had Chris come to us. He's in Wanganui now, so he's really good to have around. Got a couple of good players in the Taranaki, and Tamsin Levy's been doing a lot of coaching and building up the junior base there. It's good to have a few good players in the district again. Yeah,
and I mean the clubs seem to be relatively energised. We had Jason Fletcher himself was saying that for World Squash Day, how he managed to get a speed gun onto the courts, and people like to have a bit of a go to see how hard they can hit it. He said that someone managed to hit a shot at 225 Ks, which...
Cracking.
Yeah, that sounds significant.
I don't know what the record is. I think that's set by Cam Pilley, wasn't it?
Yes, it is, and it's a lot faster than that. But still, 225
It's not bad for a local player, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I was saying to him that things like that, little novelties, are what bring in the sometimes player a lot more. I might have a go at that. Rather, the traditional club player, well, it's nice, but if you want to get new players or different players in, that's what you need to do. Bring novelty
making
back.
it fun and engaging. And
exactly.
I mean, I love things like the interactive squash courts that you see popping up in like Auckland now. Just gamifying things and keeping kids engaged. And
exactly. It's all very nice to have a very long rally, or a lot of very long rallies, but that keeps certain people involved.
Yeah.
Adding little incentives is what we need, isn't it?
I mean, us top guys love this competition, but it's also about your social players, your once-a-week players.
Well, they
bashes.
I shouldn't say they keep the bar going, but they do help clubs tick over, don't they?
Exactly, yeah. And even like the resurgence of like doubles now, there's so many more doubles competitions, and it just keeps all the older guys involved and on court.
Well, for someone like you, not older, do you enjoy doubles?
I love doubles. It's so much fun,
yeah,
especially on the big courts.
So for you, what the doubles on the big courts, is it about how things switch, or how someone steps up into a point, or you're not doing quite as much running, or a different type of running?
It's not just up and down the wall rallies either. It's sort of you crack it up the middle, you put in your crappy little middle drops and boasts, and it's just a whole lot of fun, really.
Did you take part in the New Zealand doubles, was it earlier this
I did,
year?
Yeah, that was at Palmy. Played with Joseph Williams from Christchurch, and women's mixed partner, I think, was Abby Holmes from
Naraki.
Yeah, from Naraki.
So that would have been good, because there was a lot of pretty good quality players came in there. I know a lot of, I think Joel Arscott was in there. You had both the Chalisi brothers, or at least one of them, and quite a few decent players.
We had Glenn here, who made the final, him and Leo Fedilofa.
Yeah, that would have been pretty interesting. Leo's such a talented sportsman all round. And when you come up against those guys, you've really, I guess for someone like you, you've got to change how you play a little bit more as well, don't you?
Well, you can't just go up and down the wall forever, because both these guys, any of these guys can do that all day, every day. Got to get a bit creative.
And what about someone like Glenn in singles? Have you played against him?
I've played Glenn a few times in singles. He's deceptively quick for his size, if you look at him. You were right before when you said he lopes around, but he seems to get a lot back.
Yeah, I
think
he's
so tall, it's so hard to get it past him.
Yeah, and the physical side of him as well. And I mean, when we say physical in squash, it's not about bashing into each other. It's that you're going forward, you're going back, you're having to go around people.
Yep. Getting through those little traffic issues in the middle, especially when you're a bigger guy like Glenn, and might get in the way subconsciously a little bit.
Yeah. Well, even last night, as the match wore on, as you went into the fifth, the two of you were having to get around each other, and that's what happens the longer you go into a match. You sort of not necessarily bashing bodies, but you're having to step around because your own footwork is a bit...
Getting a bit lazy.
yeah, a little bit hesitant there. And a nice shot from Johnny Barnett there, just playing it away. And that's what you can see with former top juniors. They still know how to play. I mean, he was one of our better ones for a long time. He and his sister both won the national junior title same year. Yeah, which was pretty good work. And still plays a bit of not just social squash, but pretty competitive around the Wellington
region. Still comes out and puts in a good game for us, right?
And this is a good test for Glenn Templeton here. He's not, even if he wins it, he's not going to win it easily, is he? He's going to have to fight for it.
He's going to have to work for it, and these two have never played before, he was telling me earlier, so sort of like figuring him out in this first set.
Well, you can see just in the way that Johnny Barnett plays, he thinks about it. It's not just a hit and hope, is it?
Correct. Yeah, every shot's got a bit of a purpose to it.
And that does come down to when you see the juniors. We've seen Tom Marshall defeat Joseph Watts, and then we saw Oliver Dunbar play a couple of matches today and yesterday. And you can see the older a player gets, just the more they actually plan or think ahead.
A bit more structured, a bit more, Yeah. No, it's great seeing Joseph come out again and come out of retirement, essentially.
Exactly. I mean, he's a former Central boy, I guess out of Hawke's Bay at the moment. He says he's going to move to Taupo.
Is he?
So that'll be good there. I guess you've got Kashif who's out of Taupo at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah. A couple of strong players coming into Taupo now.
And for you enjoy playing as much squash as possible?
Yeah, I love it, Yeah. No, I love playing and I love the people around here and just the whole culture of it. Love the sport.
And off the court, what do you do with yourself? You studying?
No, I'm a programmer. I work for FMG. So I sit at a desk all day, so it's great to get up after work and go and do something active.
So you're at a computer desk or at the computers most of the time?
Yeah.
And so this is your outlet as
100%,
such?
yeah. No, it's great when you sit down all day just to get up, and no matter the weather, you can go and have a blowout at a squash court.
Exactly, and a bit of an error there from Johnny Barnett, and a bit frustrated, but close in the first game, just perhaps lacking the bigger match practice, would you say?
Yeah, well, I think it's just both players settling really and getting used to the conditions and each other's games a little bit.
We'll
I find Glenn does a lot of creative things with the ball, right?
Probably more than what we think, isn't it? And I think it's his size that people sort of think, oh, he's a not a basher, but a big hitter, that's it. But then when you see him on court, he's got a lot more to him.
He's got a lot more wrist, he's got a few flicks, he's got some bloody top spin in there as well.
And he's still only 19 as well,
he's 20, he turned 20 last week.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I don't know how old Johnny is now, but...
Yeah, when you get someone, going from the teens to 20, he's still young.
Well, you look at Glenn and he's freaking so tall.
Exactly. I mean, he was like
He's looked 20 since he was like 15.
Exactly. And just before I let you go, because you do have a match coming up in about 15 minutes, and I know you've got to get yourself in the zone.
Yeah. Well, apparently. Fake it till you make it, right? Do what the pros do.
Exactly. So, who are you playing in your first consolation match?
I've got James Thompson from Kendala.
Well, he had a bit of a nice little battle last night.
With Chris Vanderson,
yeah. So, okay, well, that'll be a good one. Well, look, I'll let you go. Thank you very much, Alan Bailey. Really appreciate you having a little chat. And
that's all right,
just a word, no more epic 5-gamers until you get to the final of the consolation, okay?
Value for money, mate.
I think last night was entertaining, to say the least, and a bit of a good one there. So unfortunate for you in the end, but thank you very much there, Alan Bailey.
Thank you very much. See you later.
15 seconds.
Templeton leads 1 game to love.
Well, thank you very much there to Alan Bailey from the Manawa 2, having a little bit of a chat. Good to have a wide variety of players coming on the mic and hearing what they do on and off the court as we get underway with this, the second game. And Johnny Barnett a little bit frustrated he didn't take it a bit further there, losing 11-9. As we were saying, every shot that he hits has a purpose. And Glenn Templeton, one of his key weapons, is actually close to the body. You can see him hit a lot of very flat, wristy forehands. And slightly deceptive for people who think he's going to take a big swing. A nice hold there from Barnett. He's having to work his way back into the corner. His last 2 shots. And not happy with himself on that error. And Templeton just running smooth on this one. And as we heard from Alan Bailey, doubles really booming in many ways. He enjoyed taking part in the New Zealand doubles champs. Said that Glenn Templeton very well. And that is one of the key things, doubles and all sorts of little incentives to get people moving and into the sport. And that squash in the central region doing pretty well at the moment. A lot of different players moving into, whether it's Taranaki, Whanganui or Palmy North. Couldn't quite pick that one up. Nice play from Barnett, squeezing Templeton against the wall. And you can see the focus and the bouncing of the ball before the serve. Don't forget we do have the semi-finals later on today. And some real crackers there. Potentially we could have, if it goes to seeding, a player such as Templeton against Evan Williams in the top half of the draw. That's if it goes to seeding. Bottom half of the draw would be Wills Donnelly, that is, against Chris van der Sar. In the women's, everybody's still predicting the final tomorrow between Caitlin Watts and also Emma Miller, if it goes that way. Remembering that Caitlin Watts has a 3-1 record against Emma Miller. Those 3 wins were all in finals. And Emma Miller winning in the quarterfinals of the Barfoot and Thompson Auckland Open earlier this year. So potentially some very good matches coming up in the men's semis and the women's finals. With those semis coming up later on from around about 5:30. So Barnett, nice little comeback so far in this, the second game. And, 3-love to Templeton initially. A very good shot there from Barnett from the back there, backhand. Just chipping underneath the ball. It was always going to stay low off the 10. And anybody who's interested in having a look at Oliver Sport and Oliver Sport New Zealand, the website there, some great products, and thank you for Oliver Sport for being supporters of this tournament and of Squash NZ. You can have a look at the website oliversport.co.nz. And also to the other supporters here at the venue, of course, Hutt City Squash Club. And also to NTech, putting together the camera work and the streaming. And we've got a number of officials from around New Zealand, obviously not from Auckland, and a number of players from around the country as well. So good to have 3 players from the South Island. I think we've got Oamaru, Timaru and Blenheim. And we've got players from Waikato, Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, Central, Wellington. Templeton just looking at that bounce off the wall and thinking, yeah, not happy with that one. It's one of those things that as a player you'll take it, you'll love it and you take it, your opposition's going to hate it. So a handy comeback in the second game. And Johnny Barnett, in a nice position there. Both players trying to keep themselves in the tee. Who's it going to go?
Out. 6-9.
And a good couple of points back for Glenn Templeton. Nice step forward, putting his weight forward on that forehand. Good couple of lifts here, and then we have the drop. Good coverage from Johnny Barnett, and gets him to a game ball. He had already raced back into the far corners of the court, and was feeling fairly confident it was going to be a drop. Came forward, and a good play from there. Good anticipation from the Wellington player. The call, was that ball up? And a recovery in the end, with a bit of a leap off the ground from Glenn Templeton. Nice bit of a forehand smash. And a real squeeze into the backhand corner. Barnett. Good work from Glenn Templeton. Brings him back to within 1. Still got a couple of a game ball against him. A bit of a stop from Barnett as he sort of just looks at Templeton. It's like, oh, the frustration. And good play from Glenn Templeton. Worked his way back in. Oh, that's a good ball.
11-10.
He was in a good position, Templeton. Was he going to go across court and instead just slapped it down the line, nice and low and flat. And it's been a good second game comeback. Held his ground. Held his ground nicely. And Barnett was in 2 minds which way to go. So that's game 2. Glenn Templeton, 2-love lead over Jonathan Barnett. And looking pretty good to take a journey into the semi-finals if he can take out the third game.
He's just got to find one now. Is it in the James? James Wade.
Oh, he's got the black hoodie with the orange drawstring?
Yes, yes. Okay, I'll see if he's ready. Thank you.
It's nice. It's a good look. Eh? It's flash mark. Sports mask.
15 seconds.
In a lane. That's a good spot. Leave on those. Leave rolling.
Nine. Tell him that.
Templeton leads 2 games to love. Love all.
Glenn Templeton, Jonathan Barnett back on the court for this, the quarterfinal match of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic here at Fraser Park in Hutt Valley. And you can see Glenn Templeton there in the white shirt against Barnett.
Strike to Barnett.
Barnett a little bit frustrated at the end of the second game. Certainly had the advantage throughout most of it. It was just a late comeback from Glenn Templeton which helped him out and helped him secure the second game. Oh, interesting lob there. The options and gets it in the end with a nice touch off the forehand. Just not able to quite complete the second game when he had the advantage. He was up a 1-game ball. Templeton playing some good quality squash throughout the majority of the match so far. And he's just played consistent. Dropped a couple of points here though. And that's a nice drop. What's he going to do here? Plays it deep. And good option up close to the wall. Knew that his opposition was close to him. Played it flat, deep, and low into the corner, so it takes that point back. Keeps himself in the contention. And some good quality squash.
Strike to Templeton.
And we can tell you the winner of this match, well, it's not going to get any easy. Certainly not easier, that is. With the winner likely to play against Evan Williams. Evan Williams takes on Tom Marshall. Well, Evan Williams, you beat one of your own juniors, so you've been shunned out to the second court as you take on Tom Marshall at 11 o'clock. So that match coming up there. You'll be able to see it if you switch to the second court, to court 2. And as I said, the winner of this one, Templeton or Barnett, will take on Evan Williams at 5:30 this afternoon. In the bottom half of the draw, we'll have Chris van der Sar against Cameron Scott, the Masters player who was involved in that epic match last night. And the other quarterfinal, Will Stonley against Connor Plumley. So quite a number of good matches to come in the quarterfinals. And if seeding's got a plan, there'll be Donnelly up against van der Sar, and the winner of this match against Evan Williams. Taking a look at the Women's Open and see which player making it through to the quarterfinals and maybe through to the semi-finals. Of course, we've got Caitlin Watts, and I believe she's beaten had the score updated yet, but I think she's beaten Maiden Lee Co. Or no, she hasn't played yet. That should be on court right now, and just looking at the score, can't quite see the score just yet. That's on court at the present time. Diana Galloway against Winona Joe Joyce. We've got Holly Schucher against Gina Gregory. Intriguing contest for Gregory, so how she gets on there. Emma Miller against Hannah Grimmett a little bit later on as well. If the seeding's going to plan, it would be Miller against Schucher and Winona Joe Joyce against Caitlin Watts in the semi-finals, if they went to seedings. In the meantime, this particular match, it's still a tight 4-1. And Claire Templeton really playing steady squash. And a nice play though from Johnny Barnett. He wants to get through the points quickly. Nicely squeezed into the back wall again, getting some good length on that particular ball was Templeton. Takes the 1 point advantage again. It's been the story of this particular match with Barnett trying to get a significant lead and hold it. He had several points in the second game, but it was Templeton who came back nicely and stays in. Top under, keeping it deep. Oh. Nice little jab at the ball there. Held it late and was able to get his racket right in front of him and just jab at it. He wasn't going to come back with much. So a nice bit of maturity in the match here from Templeton. Keeping his head very well. It's pretty warm on the court. The sun's out now outside. It was raining previously. And he asked for a let. He was looking for more. Got the stare. And there was Galloway with the decision. And it may be a straight game so far, but these players are starting to bash bodies a little bit. The traffic there in the middle of the court getting a little bit heavy. And, oh, nice a drive, a cricket drive on that one. Little chop at the ball from Barnett. Both players controlling the tee and switching directions on the ball. Opposition's got to figure out where they're going, and that was it there. And you can see these players are feeling it. Imagine what it's going to happen if it goes to 5. They're having to do a lot of work on the ball. It's not just running around, it's some heavy hitting as well. Quick changes of direction. It's taking the toll on both players. And good play there. Yeah, definitely taking its toll. Well, I wonder if Jonathan's sister Rebecca's watching and can actually help him out. He's got to come back pretty quick. And the error from Templeton at a match ball. Still got one. Did he pick it up? No, he didn't pick it up. See, both players looking a little bit puffed there, a bit of a shake of the head from Jonathan Barnett. And sure he feels he could have done just a bit more. But the scoreline 9-10-9. That's pretty tough for a straight gamer. And so in the end, Glenn Templeton goes through to the semi-finals. He'll play his semi-final match against either Tom Marshall or Evan Williams at 5:30 today. So that is the first of the quarterfinals on this particular court. And, coming up, more quarterfinal action. In fact, we'll be ready shortly for Diana Galloway against Winona Joe Joyce. That should be a good contest. That one's coming up at 11 o'clock. Well, in fact, you can see Winona Joe Joyce just getting on the court now for a little bit of warm-up. So just a few minutes behind. And we'll come back with the first of the women's quarterfinals.
I seen Scotty the other day at the bakery.
It's his choice, not that I like it. That's the way it is.
Yeah, but if she does.
Half an hour.
Hey, I took 7 hours to get from here to I don't care. I'm going to make it.
Haven't got a marker yet. Where's Lee? Where do we marking?
Buying a drink.
We said Tim.
Buying a drink.
Oh, no.
Oh, J-Bar.
Oh.
You want to start it for me?
Yeah.
When he gets here.
You might give Diana too many points.
Her boyfriend.
You're a good
Yeah.
player.
Who's serving? Diana.
Diana is serving.
Never mind that they're cousins. This is a family feud, this one.
Do my
See, we're underway in this, the first of the women's quarterfinals at the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. First of the quarterfinals on the court. On this, the main court, and it is the left-handed Winona Joe Joyce up against Diana Galloway. Galloway from the Wellington area, and Winona Joe Joyce, originally from Hawke's Bay. Now these two, Jason Fletcher, well, they're not going to muck around. There'll be no long delays in between points, will there? In fact, I doubt that there'll be very long points. They both like to get on with it.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, and it's probably that enthusiasm of youth. A couple of younger players playing each other and like to get on with things.
And of course, the Galloway family is very well known in squash around the Wellington region and well, pretty much around the whole country. We've got an official, other players. We've got the club president there as well. Just about everything. Squash being very much a family game. And nice little pick up there from Joyce, quite close. Almost rare to see too many left-handers, although in the women's game you do have, of course, Abby Palmer, and also a nice shot there, Amanda Landers-Murphy as well. I think there's one other lefty that generally plays a lot of the tournaments in the women's game. I'm just trying to think. I'm sure there's one more.
I'm not sure. Because it's not as common, and they can be a lot harder to play if you haven't played them before. So it's and some of the left-handers I've played over the years tend to be a bit tricky, hard to read.
Well, in the men's game, there's pretty much two lefties of note around the country that plays in PSA tournaments as such. Of course, Evan Williams, and then Mason Smales, who's a really good young player. He's only just turning 16, quite tall, and there's a few players that don't like clashing with him because he plants his foot and it's very easy to fall over. It's a big foot too. And yeah, he's a talented 16-year-old. And when you've got a 16-year-old tall, who's played a lot of squash already and is a left-hander, in men's squash, that's a big thing. And here with Winona Joe-Joyce. She played a little bit for New Zealand junior teams around the world. Last time I think was in KL or maybe Delhi. She got called in late for Caitlin Watts. Her big advantage on the court is really her speed. Just you'll see her fletch though around the court. She is quick, really quick.
She's holding a good tee position as well, which is once again great to see in these young players.
She's still 19 going on 20. I'll have to recheck on that. Galloway is at school here in Wellington. And just see whether we can see much of a structured point here. And nice change of direction. I think the thing with these players, they like to keep the points quick, but you've also got to structure your point as well.
Yeah, you've got to create the opportunities, and I think sometimes we, as players, we get a bit carried away and try and do too many things, and it's actually creating the opportunity to, so you can take an easier option to win the point. It's not always the final shot that wins the point, it's quite often the one before it.
Yeah, it's what creates the opening, or if you do a drop, then it's the lob, or it's the lob that helps you create the drop.
Yep, and there's a good example there actually. Winona Joyce got Dinah back into the back corner and forced a boast, and then created an easier opportunity for to put the ball away.
And for you, Fletch, all the matches that you've seen so far, you've enjoyed the squash so far, seen a good variety of different people play?
Yeah, it's been good, and a lot of the players have actually really enjoyed the opportunity to play. A lot of feedback that actually was great that we could actually get something going, which is great for the players that could make it, and I think everybody's enjoying the experience as well.
What's the call there? We could let, yes? No? So we're at 10 all. Nice change of direction as the left-hander can hold it. And oh, there you go again.
Yeah. Forced the player into the back, created a defensive shot, and then put it away nicely.
Yeah, you were saying about the players enjoying getting together and getting back on the court. It's pretty much the same thing last year with the junior champs that was played in Christchurch. That was the first tournament after the first lockdown as such. And for a lot of the players, it wasn't... Oh my goodness. Missed that one completely, totally misjudged it. Maybe the speed or lack of speed on the ball probably made it difficult there for Dinah Galloway. I don't think I've ever not seen her smile. Even when she's at a loss, she will still smile. So Winona Joe-Joyce taking the first game 12-10. Pretty much quick fire action. And this is the first of the women's quarterfinals. Just saying that last year when the junior champs were played in Christchurch, it was early November, and New Zealand had just really come out of the first lockdown. And so many players, a big tournament, I think there's 150 odd juniors. There was an air of happiness because they got to see their friends, their rivals again. It wasn't so much about, I get to play squash, but it was just what sport can create off the field, off the court.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the feedback we got recently from our surveys is actually what the players enjoy most about these events is connecting with their friends and seeing people from different parts of the country and that sort of things, which is...
it's not about partying or anything like that, it's actually just saying hello again.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And you can see there... Is that Alan Bailey off the court already? No. What's he doing off?
No, had a delayed game, I think.
Okay.
Yes,
yeah, because he was commentating with me, working with me. I said, you better go and prepare. And he sort of said, what's that?
Well, as we saw yesterday, he was pretty relaxed and happy, smiling again. So he's obviously relaxed about what's in front of him.
So getting ready now for the second game. And you can see Diana Galloway never short of a word. To go back on. And she's on. Where is Winona Joe-Joyce? Here she comes, coming back on. I'm just looking through some of the matches that we have confirmed this afternoon. The first of the quarterfinals will be at 4:50. And should be some very good play as we continue throughout the day. Of course, we still have quarterfinal matches coming up. There's Emma Miller against Hannah Grimmett. We have Jenna Gregory against Holly Shuja, Wills Donnelly against Connor Plumley, and Evan Williams against Tom Marshall. That's actually in the second court. That shouldn't be too far away. We've had a couple of long matches on the outside court. And let's just see if we can tell you who won. And very long game. As we check through some of the scores, we've had a couple of 4 games. Through some of those other scores in just a moment. And 2018, there you go, we found the long one. And it was actually only 4 games. This is Luke Tuff against Thomas Pickles. And Luke winning this one 11-2, 6-11, 11-6, 2018. 1 hour and 9 minutes. And that was only 4 games.
4 games.
Yeah, so bit of an epic match. That's what's held everybody up. There you go. You can blame any hold-ups on the outside courts on that one. One quarter-final in the men's has been completed. Glenn Templeton over Johnny Barnett, 11-9, 12-10, 11-9. And we have had Caitlin Watts as well, winning 11-4, 11-3, 11-8 over Maiden Lee Coe. That's a good effort there from Coe. And she's just 15. Oh, look at that early boast there from... that was quite a way down the court that she hit off the side wall. I mean, usually generally if you're going to boast, you're sort of in the top third of the court. That one was mid-court. It's nice to see a wide variety of shots coming through from these players.
Yeah, they definitely like to take any advantage of any opportunity that's in front of them. So it's really good to see. And Winona Joe trying to do one of those tricky left-handed shots, which goes across the court, trying to catch her opponent off guard.
Look at the control of that point. Yeah. Did she move her feet? She didn't need to.
No, that's the ideal if you can control that tee.
I think that's probably, you could show that to any newcomer and say, if you can do this, great. And, always try and get back to the tee if you can. You get better control plus less running.
Yeah, good length here by Galloway.
Yeah, that was much better.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. She had the control of the tee in that time.
Good serve, forcing Winona Joe into the back corner. It's another good serve.
And good play again.
Yeah. So I think whoever can control that tee is obviously taking advantage, which is, as we mentioned, is the place to be.
And both of these players, I think it's polite to say, aren't very tall. I think maybe just over 5 foot, both of them. But make up for it in speed, particularly Joyce there. She can really race around the court. But that's one of the good things with squash. It doesn't really matter, does it, whether you're tall or short?
No, it's a...
Oh,
good recovery too, yeah. I did get asked once, what's the ideal sort of height for a squash player? I said, it's a good question. I don't know, but because there's so many variables, and it is a game for everybody, which I think is a great thing for the sport. And regardless what level you play, there's something there for everybody, really.
It is a bit different in that sense, and compared to, say, tennis, the average height of, say, the top 100 players in the men's is probably 6'1", probably 6'2". Not too many short players out there. I mean, there's one from Argentina, Diego, is 5'8", he says, but looks about 5'7", and he's regarded as tiny. I mean, there's a couple of 7-footers out there. Maybe they don't get down to the ball too often, but you know, they can serve well, so they can make up for it with a big serve. And even the women's game as well is generally quite tall players, so that's certainly taken over tennis. Another racket sport that we can look at is badminton. If you're quite a physically big person, you can get cramped up quite easily. So you don't want to be too short, but you don't want to be too much of a solid person, because as a male in particular, you do get cramped up.
Yeah, there's a lot of forward and backwards in badminton, isn't there? The squash is sort of very multi-dimensional, and
it is.
A lot of lunging, and players that are taller tend to be able to volley well.
But then you have to get down to a lot of drop shots, don't you?
Yeah. So the advantage of playing taller players is trying to get them to lunge and get low. And the shorter players can get the ball up in the air and test their speed.
And there we go, Winona Joe-Joyce coming through to take that second game, 11-8. It was a bit of a battle on that one. Galloway in the middle of the game came through quite strong, but in the end, Joe-Joyce just been a little bit too consistent. So we'll be back with the third game very shortly. You can see Diana Galloway looking up at the scoreboard, and probably just needs to look at, keep it consistent. If you can get to the tee, you'll be fine. So back with the third game in just a moment.
Your own teammate. I would first stay here. I would go to the national team. Always. And I was like, and I never won.
Into game 3 of the first women's quarterfinal on the main court of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. PSA satellite tournament here in the Hutt Valley. We've already had Caitlin Watts go through to the quarterfinals with a straight game victory over Maidenly Co, that is. Caitlin Watts over Maidenly Co. And she is through to the semi-finals, is Caitlin Watts. So she is going to take on the winner of this game in the semi-finals. That'll be at 4:50 this afternoon. So at the moment, Winona Joe-Joyce is up 2 games to love, and playing pretty well against Diana Galloway and Jason Fletcher. Does it seem to you that whoever controls the tee can control this match?
Yeah, it's pretty much the basics of the game, really. And and both players, when they've been able to sort of get onto that tee and control it, they've actually not winning the point. and winning the point quite comfortably too, actually, which is obviously the idea.
Oh, and the winning shot from the serve for Joyce there takes it to a 3-all in the third. And there we go.
Yeah, another good length, just good line, and got the ball running away from Dana, and just some of that basic squash really that we try and teach all our players.
Well, that was a very early boast, and it came off quite nicely. We're not seeing too many long rallies. I'd like to see a little bit more than that. And it's sort of a win on the third or fourth shot, or if not the second shot. So this is a better rally. And a much cleaner point from Galloway, forcing Joyce to the back of the court and up to the front, and winning it nicely. So coming forward, hitting through it, much better structure to that point. Sort of the point they'd like to see as a coach.
Yes,
staying with a couple more shots. There we go.
Yep.
And,
as we talked earlier, I think putting the ball up in the air with the shorter players is a difficult one there for Winona Joe, and force a mistake.
I don't always like seeing a winner from a serve. It's great if you've hit the winner, but it shows that on a shot like that, that either the person who served it should have been straight away ready to move, ready to retrieve, or that maybe the serve was in the wrong spot. So we're just seeing a few errors come through here, which are working out as winners as such. And
as we talk tennis, the serve's a big weapon in tennis, and we probably don't use the serve well enough in squash to try and, we don't try to hit aces in squash for some reason, but if you put pressure on with the serve, it does actually set you up for the rest of the rally, and if you don't get it quite right and it sets the opposition up to hit an easy winner, that's...
I think that's the thing in all racket sports, is that the serve isn't to start the point. You can win the point.
Yes.
Use the serve to win it, or to set up for the win. And that goes from everything to badminton through to tennis through to squash. And one person who has used the serve very well has been Emma Miller. She's not exactly tall herself, but what she's done is used a lob serve against juniors very well. I've seen a number of juniors struggle because they just haven't been quite strong enough to counter a lob, a high serve. So they're in two minds. Do I go forward? I don't know if I can. Do I go back? And then they're not in the right position to actually hit it. And she's used that very well. You've got someone like Caitlin Watts, who is strong enough now to handle it and is getting taller and stronger all the time. I mean, she's 20 years old. And so we have the game ball now for Galloway. A few errors are crept into both players. And that was just, I'll let that one die. I'll let that one go. So we are coming back for a fourth. A bit of a weird third game there, Jason Fletcher.
Yeah, it was a bit seesawed a bit early on, and like we said, lots of short rallies, and I think we only saw one or two rallies that actually had some long structure and set up. But obviously, as we mentioned, the players, anything that's halfway opportunity, they're going to go for it, and which can have risk reward, and either goes up or goes down.
Score at the bottom. 2-1. Thank you. Well, he was looking at me. Asking. Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry? A lot easier to use than the other one. Oh, that's the TV one. That's the small one.
I have to support the South Island. There's only two of us. Oh, come on, back. Oh, she should make sure with it.
I don't think the door's shut. Thanks, maybe.
Well, straight away into it here in the fourth game. There's no hesitation. It's bang, let's go. These two players, Winona Jo Joyce and Diana Galloway. You got the lefty there, Joyce, from the Hawke's Bay, against Galloway from Wellington. We had a bit of a strange third game, didn't we, Jason Fletcher? It was just a lot of very, very short rallies. Hit and miss, hit and winner. Not sure how you'd call it. And hopefully a bit more structure like we're seeing in this point. So that's much better. And a good start there. A couple of volleys and a drive away. So a better point. Let's see what we can have. Fletcher.
Oh, it's not on those short, as we talked about the serve, quality of serve, it's not getting to the side wall and creating an easy opportunity for Winona Jo to actually try and play a winner.
And a much better rally there. You could see that both of these players, come on, stop smiling, get aggressive.
But there's a well-structured rally by Dana, and you could see there she ended up winning the point quite easy in the end.
It's a good shot from Joyce when she used the height, pushed her opponent into the back wall, but it is Galloway coming through. And these two players, not sure how many times they would have played. We've got Joyce a year or so older. And coming back, neither player able to get a decent lead in this, the fourth. It's a good shot.
Yeah, both players are using that boast, and I'm not too sure if it's actually a good option for. Quite often we've seen actually the boast put in, and it's created an easier opportunity for their opponent.
That's better play.
Created a tight ball.
Galloway was in two minds. Do I go back and cover that corner, or am I going to stay there for a drive down the wall?
So it's another good length, and it's just some of the basic stuff that probably puts pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, it was a bit absent in the third game from Joyce. Let's see what she can do here.
Yeah, she's got a good lead now, too. So.
Well, that was a better serve as well.
Yes.
Pushed it right back. Oh. Well, at least she chased the ball down anyway, gave it a good go, but it didn't have enough bounce to actually get there. But good to see her chase it down. And for Joyce, you know, she can win this in 4. And come on, I want to see you run for everything. It's a better serve from Galloway, and Joyce just kept on moving away from it, trying to give herself room to swing, but let it drop too low.
Yeah, and I think that's once again highlights that good quality serve that actually can create that doubt and that pressure.
And nice flick there from the lefty. Quick flick at it. Alan Bailey still walking around, still hasn't got on court, or maybe he's got on court and played really quickly. That's a good drive, not quite picked, well, it was picked up. Back in the point is Joyce.
Yeah, once again that boast has come in and exposed her a wee bit there, which is a bit unfortunate. I know they probably got a bit lucky with the ball hitting the corner, but yeah.
a nice forehand backhand sweep, keeping the ball very low, no bounce at all, and no chance of Joyce being able to pick that one up.
Is that boast again? Yeah, once again that boast is just...
Yeah, too much boasting.
Yeah. And it's also the quality of the boasting too, actually.
Yep.
That's just floating up and... Oh, it's an unforced error there.
Yeah. And we're now at match ball. See if she can wrap it up here on the serve. Let's see what sort of serve we're going to get.
Yeah, another good length. It's won quite a few points getting that ball deep in those corners, which is probably what I'd be recommending to trying to do more often.
It's not quite coming off the wall if you're not putting the power into it. And 10-all, so she's let the match ball slip.
That's a good quality boast there, and that's put pressure on and won the point with that one.
So we could be going 5. It was looking like 4, and a nice little turnaround here for Diana Galloway. And we are going 5. And certainly Winona Joe Joyce a little bit frustrated with herself on that one. She let that one slip. And we are going 5 here. This is at the second of the women's quarterfinals. Already Caitlin Watts through to the semi-final. She'll play the winner of this match, Diana Galloway or Winona Joe Joyce. Be back with that one very shortly, and we'll give you some updates from the other courts as well.
I do a face with her, and it's got like really my friend. Like you do it, shut up. I'm trying to
15 seconds.
Yeah, I'll call before.
You're eating so much for you here in Hutt.
It's just like I can't get much longer. It's going to be so.
Come on.
Good athlete.
Buddy cousin.
So back on now for game 5 of this women's quarterfinal here at the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. And you see Diana Galloway against Winona Joe Joyce, and Joyce not quite able to get to that one. Put a bit of an effort to race to it. It was jammed against the wall. And we'll just give you a quick update on some of the scores around the other courts. We've had Caitlin Watts through to the semi-final, straight games over Maiden Lee Coe. Glenn Templeton in his quarter-final in straight, albeit 11-9, 12-10, 11-9 against Jonathan Barnett. So those are the 2 quarter-finals. But a couple of other matches of interest. Joseph Watts beating Oliver Dunbar in straight. Katie Templeton, Consolation, the Mackenzie Tate. That was 4. And yes, we have there Annabelle Romero in 4 over Samantha Douglas. And a few other consolation scores, we'll give you those as well. We can give you Lily Ray because she's standing in front of me. I better mention her name. That Lily Ray had a win. And no, I can still see the court, Lily Ray. That's okay. I'm just saying that you had a win in your consolation match. And in the meantime, back onto this court. It is 3-2, and Fletch, we've already spoken about controlling the tee, a bit of depth, a bit more running on the ball.
Yes, already I've seen a lot more energy in this 5th set from both players actually, so a lot more urgency, and it'll be interesting to see which player can keep that up the longest.
And we will mention that maybe as soon as this 5th game finishes, you might want to switch to the other court, because Evan Williams is having a bit of a battle against Tom Marshall, and it looks as though it's 1 game each. So we'll update you with that very shortly. And, Tom Marshall, the 16-year-old, turning 17 in January, out of Blenheim. Good on him for having a bit of a go against the world number 79. That's what we want to see. And if you're top junior, don't just say, well, okay. Go out there and give it a go. And if you really want to prove yourself, you've got to take on the top seeds and even upset them if you can. It's Evan Williams' home club, although just about every club around Wellington is his home club. Excuse me. And a nice effort here from Galloway in this, the 5th. We've got Winona Joyce sitting on the ground.
It's a good strong lead here, and racing away with the set actually, Galloway.
That was a much better ball from Joyce, really hitting the corners, and nothing coming off the wall at all.
And I know Jo will have to do sort of more of that if she can get away back into the set, but another error there, and Galloway's got a great advantage at 8-4. So the old shoelace, it's a good trick for Masters.
Yeah, how many times do shoelaces come undone?
It always happens in the 5th set too.
Yeah.
Enough.
And that ball lofted too high.
Yeah, another good shot into the back of the court, and it's really served dividends for Galloway in this set.
And of course we did have a game ball for Joyce in the 4th. She let that slip by as she gets a game ball against her now. So things really have switched around. It was looking all Joyce in the first couple, and then the 1 game ball. Here she is with the advantage. Oh, didn't put that away. Should have. Well, Galloway in with the opportunity there. Not quite. She's still got, what is it, 3, 4 game balls, match balls.
Yeah, another good length, created an opportunity. Yeah, well done.
Yeah. In 5-2, so that is a good victory for Diana Galloway, the Wellington player. Never really looked like winning. It was just that she was sort of, again, we're seeing this hang in there, and you never know what you can do. So a good victory. Funny thing is, she just won. She's not smiling. It's about the first. I think she's quite tired on that one. She'll have to take on Caitlin Watts at 4:50 this afternoon in the semi-final. So good effort there from Diana Galloway. Although it's going to be pretty tough against Watts, who has cruised through so far. And Jason Fletch, I think there may be a bit of interest on the other courts there as Wills Donnelly against Connor Plumley comes up as the quarterfinals very shortly. But I think a few people might be interested in having a look, if you can, on the internet at Tom Marshall against Evan Williams on the second court. So we might just go and have a look at that ourselves there. Jason, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
open 2021 quarterfinal.
Well, it is using it. We have to, yeah, we are using it. You will hear it. It's going to start.
Conor Plumley to serve, rules only to receive, best of 5 games, love all. Out, one love. Two love. Out, 1-2. And out, 3-1. Out. 4-1.
And the men's quarterfinals continue with Wills Donnelly in the light blue shirt. So taking on Conor Plumley and racing away with the first game already, 5-1. Of course, if we look at the draw, the winner of this match will take on the winner of Chris van der Sam and his opponent, Cameron Scott. And Conor Plumley putting in a good effort here. Defeated Sam Atkins in 4 games in the first round. And Plumley just a couple of errors, being forced into those errors by Donnelly, who of course 269 in the world. And good for him to come on out and play someone of the standard of Donnelly. Good long rally this one, the Otaki player.
7-2.
Company region. And good to see him playing in a PSA satellite tournament, chopping under the ball there on the backhand. He's getting made to move, and Wills Donnelly, it's a really good shot in the corner. Gets the look from Plumley, who's just like, wow, and Donnelly's like, yeah, sorry about that, but I'll take it. So good to have a lot of players out of, I guess you could say, Central region and also Kapiti, Greater Wellington region as well, taking part in this tournament. And putting in a good effort here.
Yeah. 9-2. 10-2, game ball.
Nice play from Plumley, just steps up and keeps it tight to the wall, into the corner. A look from Wills Donnelly. I think he knew when he was beaten on that one, but felt that his opponent hit the shot. And looking for, was it picked up? No call from the officials. Donnelly having to do a bit of work in this rally in particular. Oh, the error.
11-3, games Donnelly. Donnelly leads, 1 game to love.
As the first game goes by. And just that error on the last point there as Connor Plumley drops the first game to Wills Donnelly, the Kapiti player, up against Donnelly, 20-year-old, with a PSA world ranking of 269. As Wills Donnelly tries to wrap this up as quick as possible. He knows he's potentially got a match against, oh, nice change of direction there from Plumley. He's giving Wills a bit of a battle. It may not be on the score as such, but during the rallies, Donnelly's having to work. And he's getting a little bit frustrated with himself there. And wants to wrap it up. He's having to work hard. So even with the 2-love lead here in the second, it's plenty of rallies. We're getting up around 8 shots every rally. That's a better point from Wills Donnelly. A real flick of the wrist. Ball coming back with no bounce. Not sure if that was the intention, but it was a great lob in the end. He's got options. And takes the point, grabs his first of the second. Just a quick little serve, and that one off his toes. With the lead. It's certainly looking good on the scoreboard. However, Wills Donnelly has had to work quite a lot. using the high ball, the lifted ball. Gee, that's a lot of height.
One.
And racing away on the scoreboard again, it is Wills Donnelly, the third seed. Good play from Plumley, forcing it right into the corner. He's got plenty of speed. Doesn't mind taking the pace off the ball. And there's that real big lift. The shots are coming out from Donnelly now. Ooh. And the let is hoping for a bit more.
Out 2-7.
So he gets his second point, does Plumley. Just checking on which side. It's 3.
Sorry, technical issues.
Okay, and they're both happy in the end.
And out 8-3. And out 4-8.
Again, Wills Donnelly having to actually fight. For a moment in this second game, he was showing off all sorts of creative shots. In this particular rally, and many others in the second game, he's had to actually really compete for the point.
10-4 game ball.
And now he has a game ball to go 2 sets to love up. It's probably been a good workout where he's comfortable enough to actually win it. But he has had to actually establish a point. Look at this, he's still having to work. And yeah, you gave that one away, Wills. You're a bit too casual with it. So, still with the game point. And Connor Plumley's really made him work out, because that's another game point saved. Well done to Connor Plumley. And just we can update you with the score. Evan Williams over the 16-year-old Tom Marshall from Blenheim. 11-3, 5-11, 11-5, 11-9. So good effort there from Tom Marshall. He was pretty pleased when he came off the court. Sure, he didn't win, but he is 16 and up against top seed number 79 in the world, New Zealand domestic champion. So good effort there from Tom Marshall, taking the game to Evan Williams and taking it to 4 games. And what that means is that Evan Williams will take on Glenn Templeton, that match at 5:30 this afternoon. In the meantime, we have Wills Donnelly 11-3, 11-6. a good effort from Connor Plumley, waving at the camera there. Yeah, he can see it. But yeah, he certainly made Wells Donnelly work for it. And yeah, you can hear me there. It's good to see the seeded players having to really work for the point, and maybe on the scoreboard that at 11-3 looked relatively easy. It wasn't. He was having to run around a lot. Here you go, Connor. Well done. And but he's pointing out that he's still on camera. Hi, Mum. Or something ruder. And yeah, we're seeing some good entertaining squash here on this court. Still matches to come as well as the quarterfinals continue. And we get ready for the semi-finals. The first semi is about 4:50 this afternoon. Don't forget the finals tomorrow from 12:30. Stu Davenport joining me for both of those finals. That'll be fun. The former world number 3, Wellington institution, and himself be calling the finals. So we're back with this, the remainder of the quarterfinals. There we go. That's Connor Plumley on court. And Wells Donnelly. He's quite enjoying this match. It's nice when you get a workout, but you're still winning. There we go. He's on court now. And Wells Donnelly, number 269 in the world, has the 2-games-to-love lead. Let's see what he can do. Does he practice his shots? Does he try and wrap it up? Maybe the winner of this match takes on either Chris van der Sam or Cameron Scott, that is, in the semi-finals later this afternoon into the evening. And well, you've got so many options, I'll just hit into the 10. Not what you wanted to do there, Connor. He's enjoying himself though. And trying to sweep that one across court. Just too much of an angle on that one, Wells Donnelly. Just a nice hold on the back end. Quite a tight grip on that one. Oh, nice play from Connor Plumley, lifting it over Donnelly's head. And the rally continues. Another one of those long rallies. And that's a better point. Even the speed of Plumley couldn't quite come off in the end. And the stroke going his way, and Donnelly, a bit of a grin. Gives away that point though pretty quick. He certainly feels comfortable with the match. And let's see where he can go here. Good to use a bit of lift. Both players have done that throughout the match. Breaks up the point, means you can stage your next shot. Got himself into a bit of trouble on that one. Go. And Donnelly just a little bit of a cruise here. Plumley's just fallen off the pace a little bit. Another one to Donnelly. So a very good effort from Connor Plumley in the end. Particularly in that second game, he stayed in every single point and forced a few errors out of Donnelly, but on this occasion into the third. It is Donnelly looking very good to wrap up this game in straight. And then he gets a bit of a break as his match, the men's last quarter-final, last semi-final, will be at 6:50 tonight. And that'll be, in theory, Donnelly up against Chris van der Sam, or, well, Cameron Scott. Let's see how the Masters comes back after his 5-game epic. And that win over Alan Bailey last night, late last night. Nice play to get out of trouble there. And get out of trouble and actually win the match as well. So 11-3, 11-6, 11-3. Wills Donnelly over Connor Plumley. So Wills Donnelly through to the semi-finals of this, the Oliver Sport NZ Classic.
Just a wee bit more. Hey? So. Emma and Hannah.
What'd you say? Yeah, that happens.
Hannah. Yep.
So underway now with the final couple of quarterfinals. And we've got Chris van der Sam against Cameron Scott on one court. See how Cameron Scott rocks up after his epic 5-game battle and victory over Alan Bailey last night. But in the meantime, on this particular main court, it is Emma Miller, the current New Zealand champion, currently ranked 107 in the world on the PSA rankings, has been around about 86 in the world. The 29-year-old from the Waikato, although born in Paraparaumu, so from this region, I guess you could say. And she is one of the top-seeded players here, taking on Hannah Grimmett from Otaki Sports Club, the actual president of the club as well. There you go. And on the court now, and this the quarterfinals. See how she can go against Miller. I guess everybody's expecting to go through to the final and take on Caitlin Watts in what will be a replay of 3 different finals of PSA tournaments this year. And generally when you see Emma Miller play, it doesn't stop smiling. And you can see the scoreboard not quite working there at the moment. Just the connection not quite computing and going through. That is not the score. We do have a score at the moment, and it should be 9-2. That's what the big scoreboard says here. Not quite coming through onto the graphics at the present time. A bit of a grimace there from Emma Miller. She watches the ball sail over the line. So dropping at that point, it is a 3-9. And Miller just a little drop there. Good running from Grimmett, and Miller puts it away. That's what happens when you use the back corner. Then you go to the front, and you set yourself up nicely. So it is a game point in the first game of this women's quarterfinals. And good change of direction. That is game 1 going to Emma Miller, 11-3. And we'll have those up, coming up onto the graphics very shortly. We'll let you know some other scores very shortly as well. But we have game 1 going to Emma Miller against Hannah Grimmett from Otaki. 11-3, the first score. Yes, there we go. We're up. And we're in action as we take a break for that first game. And once we come back, we'll let you know the other scores. And a couple of good matches there of players through to the semi-finals. Well, there's no mucking around with Emma Miller. As soon as she's on the court, she's playing a point, trying to play 2 or 3 of them at once. She finishes a point and rocks up for the second one straight away. Good work there from Grimmett in the rally, but in the end, the depth off the shot, pretty good. We are 2-love to Miller, winning the first 11-3, using the high lob serve. And having to do a little bit of movement here as Miller, but then comes up to the ball and uses a strong backhand to put that away. That is 3-love. All right, 3-1, we're back up again. So, looking at point there. So it looks like the scores have gone back up again. 3-2. And we'll just let you know some of the other scores around the courts as we reach through to the semi-final stages of this, the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. We can tell you that Evan Williams took 4 games to defeat the 16-year-old Tom Marshall from Blenheim, and Evan Williams will take on Glenn Templeton at 5:30, and that's one semi-final in the men's. The other semi-final will be Wills Donnelly, and he will take on the winner of Chris van der Sam against Cameron Scott. That match is on right now. And as we have a look now at the women's matches, just to move back into those and have a look. Emma Miller, by the way, is up 7-2 here. And we look at the women's matches. Caitlin Watts through to the semi-finals, and she will face Diana Galloway. Galloway coming through in 5 over Winona Joe Joyce. That match is 4:50. And the other semi-final, well, it is Jenna Gregory. She defeated Holly Schuja in 3. And she will take on the winner of this match, and that is a 6-10 semi-final. So Jenna Gregory against Emma Miller or Hannah Grimmett. And Miller racing away with the second as well, 11-3, 11-2. And so looking very good there for Emma Miller to go through to the semi-finals.
But even today, you know, it's just coming back. Yes. Even though they've been told, you know, that's fine. This afternoon, yeah.
So back on the court now, and we have the third game about to get underway. Emma Miller, one of the top seeded players, fairly relaxed. She is actually from the Waikato, but she escaped. It sounds as though you've either dug a tunnel or jumped over a fence or something like that, but she did manage to escape prior to the full lockdown. As a school teacher and a squash coach, there was not much she could do. So she's actually been coaching at a clinic in the South Island and been able to take part in this tournament. And we have Hannah Grimmett, the club president at Otaki Sports Club. They've got tennis courts there, squash. I think they've got a couple of other sports as well that compete out of there. And a fairly easy point, bit of a grin from Hannah. And Manila just zipping away. Let's see whether I can get on the scoreboard here. And on the scoreboard she goes. Nice deep serve, but yeah, didn't come to much in the end. Bit of a procession in this match. Grimmett doing the best. Oh, that's a little volley. And just hit away off the backhand quite nicely. Good lead, 8-1, and totally misread the depth of the back wall. And gets another point from that one though. Keen to wrap it up here. Get off the court. She's got a second match to play, of course. Got to be against a junior, Jenna Gregory. And there we go. Easy finish, in straight. 3-2 and 3. It is Emma Miller through to the semi-finals of the women's draw here at the Oliver Sport NZ Classic in Wellington. And that match, her semi-final match, will be at 6:10 against Jenna Gregory. So tune in for that one. Should be a good one as well. See how the junior player, Jenna Gregory, can go against the more senior player and the New Zealand champion. We shall be back for the semi-finals from 4:50. There's a number of other consolation matches to go in the meantime, though, but we'll be back with commentary and co-commentators from 4:50 this afternoon in the Oliver Sport NZ Classic.
See, that's more the
I've got no shot. As well. Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that on the spring breaks and that. You can see it That's real slow. Look at that long one. The advertising is coming up real slow.
Talking to the Bluetooth, all right?
Hopefully that starts.
That's your handicap? I don't know if I can press it. It was hard enough negotiating one on your behalf. Well then,
No, because that means I would have beaten Ollie last time I played him.
Hey?
That means I would have beaten Ollie last time I played him, but that was starting.
I just thought it was a handicap.
You're thinking the wrong way though.
Once you've loaded it.
Because it's been not free, we just load another one into the computer.
Might have to load. Well, I might just have to manually put it in. I'm just not sure whether to, if I can press that.
On this.
I could press that and undo it. Well, I'm not gonna, yeah. I'm not marking it with the on. I need to make sure. Yeah, you just play around with it.
Wellington, Emma. Take it. Time.
Can't hear the score on it.
They can hear it too.
Yeah, they can hear it.
Back to Sam.
Indoor everything. So we made a decision last night. Good decision. So it's 2 minutes between them.
Yesterday, she had her first day.
Past you. Just a little. Stop. Yeah. Stop. Thank you. accepted and went through and played it.
To do with it.
Yeah, well,
I know, but it's kind of confusing for people. If I was playing on here and the score wasn't representative of what I was hearing. Carry it out. It's the cast, it's the cast, so what I might do is turn this TV off after this match and then reboot it and then recast it and see if that gets it going again. Either that was just stand right under it. We have a 15-second delay. Just listen.
I stopped looking at that.
Yeah, just it's a sound system that works.
Just turn it off.
Well, we can't get it. So but people upstairs. Oh my God. I'll turn it off after your match too.
15 seconds. Stop! Fall! Fall! Yeah.
We're only closer now.
Yeah.
7 seconds delay. See, come on, little Micey, get running. That'd be intimidating for the Canadian. Call your legs, please, Stan. That's the old Sam kid.
I'm not saying you have to like it. Yeah. past 4. What, when you mean? Built for 5 seconds, guys. Built for 5 seconds.
I was going to say, it looked like the sinking back out. So
Should we have it? 9 seconds. Should we have the Hutt Molly? Now, look at a minute and a half.
No. No.
What? Try and stop me. I've beaten you once. Beat you again.
Only once.
You beat that? You beat that?
I got one game.
Out of?
The other 5.
Which one did you get? Did you get the first one?
After I decided, then it was best of 7. So that it was.
I used to do that with playing Scotty. 59, 50
I played him in a real match. He, like, every game he'd go third first, no matter who won the last game. Do you remember that, eh, mate?
I do.
I played him left-handed in a real match.
You did.
And I beat him in 5.
But someone else thinking, you know, he didn't do
What? I'm like D-grade left-handed. Like, ambidextrous.
I'm like J. I feel like I
Do like put you on what? How many points can you start on 0 points? Oh yeah, I played like 2 times in a row. Yes, Sam!
Shot, we're ready. Yes, Beck, but you need to go around her, right?
I see what you mean. Lucky we can't hear anything.
He wasn't looking.
Oh, sharp.
Ready? Stand here.
Just down.
Lead.
She was on the way to the front wall.
Unsighted. Lead.
So, took over.
She doesn't forget it.
God.
There's a yeah.
Very relaxed there, Chris. Very chill.
Oh, yeah. Even, or like, when you're on court and you're like, oh, no, I want to be here. Yeah. Try it. Yeah. You get on and you're warming up and you're sweating. What did we play? Sam and Emma. Yeah. You're even really fast, isn't it? Thanks. And just swap over with them. Are you marking that?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm just checking it out. No, they're not very funny.
Oh, does it have to be done? No. Yeah, right, yeah. Hey, look, yeah, I wondered whether he had a tough one this morning. I was wondering if it fired from that thing.
Yeah, Joe Watson looked up. Not until 4:50. They probably might want to look at him.
Oh, you want to answer?
Yeah.
Are you?
She's like, is that okay? Is he okay, single?
I think so.
not hearing it. So one blow.
We need to be. You want to read and I'll speak.
You going to come coach me? You want to come coach me?
Oh, Finn. Not sharing.
Sorry?
Oh, she bought a jug for you. I said the jug is cider and a pint. I mean,
And a plate. She said a jug and a plate.
Oh, and you bought a both?
Yeah. Someone said a jug and a plate.
To be fair, she could have just drunk out of the jug, so what did she need the pint for? She didn't mean that it had to be full. He's just trying to trick you.
I'm at 15. Is that how long it's going to take to start? No.
No, don't tempt her.
Not that long.
Okay, we got another game. Oh, what? What's the problem?
I have to put in front of me. Okay. Not anymore.
See you around. It's great to see you.
Yeah,
Hopefully we'll finally get a face to face.
Oh, I don't know.
Eventually.
Eventually, it might be this time.
It probably will. Awesome. Give us a call if there's anything bugging you.
Oh no, you probably don't want me to do that.
Oh, I need to. If there's things we can help with. You've got my number. Cool. Same.
You don't want to see what one.
Oh, mate.
You've been up to Bali?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Don't be leading the
I know.
girls astray.
I know.
What, down? Oh, yeah. Not return, just Turns weird. That would be,
Such a long time.
You don't have to wait for 5, just go and hit something.
Now, She was. She'll come back. Next time.
Just saying that. So thank you for bashing at them. I would have picked it up super hard. I mean, I was going to say walking on to the first game without Mum panicked and I was like, yeah. Well, she's friends with the daughter, so this is obviously what the still don't think it is low. What about living in Hutt? My neighbours lifted about that far over the ground, and they just come over and just push on it right into the floor.
Is your bag
Yeah. So we're really lucky. It's not the first. Tina asked me what I wanted to do. I said a joke, just to, like, but I didn't tell my class. I get to joke in the class. That's fun. But no, that's stuff. I saw Ollie, but yeah.
Do you want all of this?
No, I'm Oh, yeah, but it won't start. You press play. You'll press that button. Only single. If you fired me, you've been fired. Bye.
Stay. We need to be a babysitter anyway.
Oh no. Oh, it's done that thing again.
Hold up.
Sometimes it disconnects or something. Probably.
Don't muck it up again.
She's at the red right there, so
Says
it's already
right.
done it like
It's
that.
already right there. Say level. Oh, too late. Crowd wants to know. Say one love, Jen. The rest of us want to hear it.
Can't they really?
No, the crowd want to hear it. For his sake.
Oh, it's not connected or something.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first semi-final, the women's semi-final. On court right now, you'll see Caitlin Watts in the blue outfit, the black singlet, up against Diana Galloway. And Galloway there in the white skirt. It is the Oliver Sport New Zealand Classic here at Hutt City Squash Club. And we have the top seed as such. One of the top seeds, she's ranked just over 100 in the world. Caitlin Watts, winner of 3 PSA Challenger titles this year, and looking very much on course to make it through to the final here at the tournament against Emma Miller, the top-ranked player, but we'll still have to wait and see for those semi-finals. And joining me now in the commentary is Samantha Douglas, one of the players here at Hutt City, and playing at this club since it opened a couple of years ago. Well, it has been around as a club. Well, various clubs came together for this complex.
Yeah, that's right. So we had Faser Park and Mitchell Park combine. Right. This would be the 3rd year. So it's been a long time coming. But
well, nice to be in a nice facility, right?
Yeah, it's been hard work getting it up and running, but it's been good. It's been good, yeah.
Well, it looks good now. We've got 6 courts here, and you've got viewing upstairs. There's a bar for the social activities, and I believe it's around about 6 different sports. I did a walk around the venue, Fraser Park, and I saw baseball and softball next to each other, plus we had I think it was the Phoenix Academy there. There's hockey, there's you name it, a lot of different sports around here anyway.
Yeah, definitely is.
Yeah, it's good that they can all come together and use a nice facility, because I seem to recall facilities around the area were mixed at times.
Yeah, definitely, and it's great having this indoor area here, especially for those outdoor
training.
sports.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a couple of cricket wickets indoors that they can practice on.
Yeah, so they can do that. We've got softball. We've also had the inflatable orb football.
Right.
All sorts going on in here. Yeah.
So a lot of different sports, and certainly the community is really taking advantage of it as we look at this first game. And Caitlin Watts racing through it here, 6-2 against Diana Galloway. Galloway still at school. Caitlin now 20 years old, and as we said, she defeated Emma Miller in 3 finals this year, if you can recall them. It was at Royal Oak. There was also Panmure and one other, that was Waikato as well. It was only at the Auckland Open at the North Shore Club that Emma Miller got one back, and that was at the quarterfinals, Miller winning that one. And for you, Samantha, just watching Caitlin play, she's pretty mobile and just hard to beat, isn't she?
Yeah, no, I played her a couple of weeks ago up in Owakuni, and it was a great experience. Right. But just watching her play and move. Yeah,
movement's key, isn't it?
It is. It really is.
What I mean, you've got the movement there. How do you think, from playing her and watching her, that she can take that next step? I mean, obviously she's trying to get overseas. A tough question. There you go. Your face is like, what? Don't ask me.
Yeah, like that's anything higher than where I am now is the goal. But just watching her and her choice and patience of shot selection is really what the goal is.
And for you, so what grade are you?
B1.
B1, okay. Yeah. And that next step, though, come on, I'm going to ask the next step. How do you get to A?
A lot of
wins.
Fitness.
Yep.
Fitness is what I noticed playing Holly and Caitlin recently, to up that and think a lot more about the game rather than just hitting the ball and chasing the ball. Sometimes how it feels.
But isn't that sort of the difference between someone such as yourself? I'm not sure what you do for a job, but someone who's got a job or does something else, and someone who plays squash.
Yeah, definitely. And being part of committees and stuff like that, you just get consumed by everything other than the game. Yeah. In training.
The trainer is like, oh, gee, where did that come from? So that is the first game there. Caitlin Watts taking 11-3 the first game. Remember, if she wins this, she'll go through to the final. And that will be tomorrow at 12:30. Stu Davenport, the legendary Stu Davenport, is going to join me for both finals from world number 3. That should be entertaining in itself. I wouldn't say he's the forgotten man of squash, but I mean Ross Norman for winning the world champs is there, and then we sort of go to Paul Cole winning the British Open. Stu was around then and got to world number 3 in the world. He's a bit of a character. Should be entertaining final. You're laughing or smiling at that?
Yeah. Some names I haven't heard around here before.
Yeah. It'll be great to actually see. Maybe we should get Stu on court. One of those hits the ball.
Exhibition match.
Yeah.
I think we could.
Yeah. In between the two finals, we put Stu out there. You could have a hit with him.
I don't know about me. I'm sure we could find someone. Cash is hanging around.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get a couple of the veterans out there. What would be interested in that? All right, well, it's the first game. Caitlin Watts winning 11-3 over Diana Galloway, and all business as you'd expect from Caitlin. She's got a little bit stronger in the last year or so. She took about 18 months off the game. Played football, I think.
Yeah, I did hear that.
And sometimes it's probably quite good to take that step and also play a bit of a team sport, and then you get to appreciate whether you like the game anymore.
Yeah, I found that a lot around with the juniors that play all the way through. Just a small break's really handy.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, squash is quite a selfish sport in a way. I mean, it's you against the opposition and 4 walls.
Yeah.
The balls come into it a lot, don't they?
Yeah, that's where you get the team competitions are really good as well. Just a little bit more motivation, win for the team.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, what was it? The Mitchell and Cousins earlier this year. There was a lot of really good I guess we'll call it fun going on, but a lot of great support.
Yeah.
Everybody watching and playing. That was at Devoy Club, was really enjoying themselves, but they were enjoying the camaraderie of playing, and that's a key factor. And let's just have a look at this point, Sam. And the thing is with Diana Galloway, she never stops smiling, does she? Even if she loses, she's still smiling.
Yeah, yeah.
You can see, almost tripped over herself, Caitlin. Good point from Galloway. I think that's a good point. She's in the lead too.
She is. Take a screenshot of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a much better couple of points from Galloway, setting herself up a lot better and trying to get forward to the tee. And, yep, there we go.
She is our current Hutt City
Right.
Open Club champ, and she'll be playing again in a few weeks' time to take the title out again.
So who's her rivals? You can say yourself if you want.
Not quite, but we've got Gemma G, who isn't
Right.
playing in this tournament, and Nicola Durling at the moment in our club.
And is the club doing well with members and engagement?
Yeah, so we're sitting at just over 300 members at the moment. We've found that being in an open complex, that more people have understood what squash is and been interested in joining in and trying it out.
What sort of, are you aiming for pay and play, or are you aiming for memberships? What's the key, or is it just we'll take whatever?
A little bit of whatever, but we've seen our memberships grow, starting with a pay-to-play,
right.
And a lot of them are transitioning into a full membership here. Just the ease of access here and the number of players making it easy to continue. Yep, that is who you think it is.
Was that Dame Susan just walking by?
Sure
I
is.
Didn't realise that she was...
She just popped in?
Yeah, just popped in. Well, that's
You might need to grab her.
Yes. No, come on, we'll take it. We'll stay with you, Sam. I thought she'd gone back up to... last time I spoke to her, she said, I'm back up in the Bay of Plenty. But she snuck down again. It's good to have her just wandering by. And sometimes you don't actually expect to see people. You think, is that the right person?
Yeah, we saw her a couple of years ago. She was coaching the one of the B grade teams at Super Champs.
That's not too bad for a B grade team to get Dame Susan coaching.
I'm sure they weren't complaining.
It would have been, maybe they hadn't worked so hard in their lives. Would have had a coach that wouldn't have stood for any nonsense.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you need, right?
Well, maybe a bit too much for a fight. Oh, that's good stuff. Let's have a look at this point here. Keeping it nice and deep, both players. And then we get the short one there and using the angle. And whoever's spoken to Diana Galloway, might be Debbie Dunbar sitting next to me, said some good advice to keep the ball deeper. And because she had the was it 3-1 lead, I think?
She did, yes.
And just dropped a few points after that. And one more as Caitlin Watts just moving away with this, the second game. And Samantha, just how many interclub teams? Is interclub something that is needed or that the club wants, or is it doesn't matter? Is the club happy getting people on the court whether they're actually playing interclub?
It's a bit of a mix. We have quite a strong men's draw. Some nights we have 5 teams playing here. It makes it really good having a lot more, but then it also struggles when it comes to organising
you're very
different
popular.
courts.
There's a lot of people walking past and seeing you talking, and you can carry on and have your beer while you're talking. It's fine. And, she's doing a great job.
Yeah, we need some more.
There's the order put in.
Yeah, another jug.
we do the ordering on air. It's oh, into the tin there from Caitlin Watts, and there's a game point saved by Diana Galloway. And let's see if she can save another one here. Nice, good bit of depth, and a bit of power put into those shots there. Let's see what she can do. And plays that one away down the backhand wall. So Caitlin Watts taking the second game and looking on course for making it through to the final. That will be at 12:30 tomorrow against either Emma Miller or Jenna Gregory. In the meantime, we'll be back in the third game very shortly.
It's always on the one you want. All the others are
Sure of the score at any time, just turn around and we'll do the old semaphore thing.
I'll do a side. Sometimes,
What's next for guys to come up? Level.
So we're back in for the third game. This is the first women's semi-final at the Oliver Sport NZ Classic here at the Hutt City Squash Club. And so far, Caitlin Watts has been all business, but Samantha Douglas, one of the members here at the club, you're on the board, the committee, I guess?
Yeah, club captain here.
Club captain?
Yeah.
Does that mean anything? Other than that people point to you when something doesn't happen that they don't like, or something that they don't like happens.
A lot of admin and a lot of rescheduling of these national tournaments with COVID, so that's been a fun time.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, this is, I guess, the third edition as such, and now it's not quite the same edition. It's not an NZ Champs anymore. But,
no. So we had a lot of discussion about that, and also the inter-district teams has been postponed as well, and that's meant to be the end of November.
So that is still on the calendar as such?
At the moment, yes. And it just makes for a very, very long season.
Yeah, it does. I mean, considering that in Auckland we had the Barfoot and Thompson Summer Series, I think the first tournament was the end of February or beginning of March. And anybody who's been in Auckland in March knows that it's humid as hell. I think that's a nice way of putting it, particularly on a squash court or a squash club. And even, what was it, the Auckland Champs was a bit later, but a couple of the tournaments were just sweat boxes. And that was off the court, let alone on the court. Also, the NZ Champs last year were at North Shore Club, and that was early November. And
it was the same weekend. It was the same weekend, end of October last year.
Yeah, and having it in the North Shore Club capacity, people in there, and
it was very hot.
Yeah. I just commentating. I was I lost a couple of kilos there. That was just commentating, but it's just one of those things. I mean, I guess squash isn't quite the winter sport that it used to be. You know, most sports are just completely muddled as to when they are, whether it's COVID or not anyway. I think people will play sport when they can play it.
Yeah, definitely, and especially after the last couple of years that we've had, I think the pushing it back makes it long rather than the time of year.
And, so how does this complex or these courts compare to Mitchell Park or other venues that were possibly dark and kind of a bit...
And a few cracks and a few holes in the wall. They're really good. We have people around the region who aren't a fan of them to start with, and then a few extra inter-club matches, and it grows on them. It's a lot different. Some big nicks with the movable walls.
Right.
Some home court advantage sometimes.
Well, it's good. I mean, to me, it looks fairly, I guess we'll say, modern and clean.
Yes.
You know, and that's the sort of thing that you like. That you want to walk into a complex and feel welcome, and feel that you've got. Geez, look at that. Every now and then, Caitlin just ups the tempo, and the power comes out, doesn't it? Plenty of power in those last few shots. When she wants to win the point, she wants to win. She didn't win that one, but
no,
gee,
I
she
think
hit it hard.
Diana got lucky there.
Yeah. There was a fair bit of power coming out.
And the focus.
Yeah. There's a good couple of points here from Diana. The depth of those balls are really hitting the back wall and dying a little bit. And gee, how'd that lob? It was out. Okay. Yeah. If it has gone in, it would have been one of the highest lobs that I've seen in this week. So what do you get with these courts? Is there one particular court that's faster than the other?
No.
They're all pretty true?
Yeah, they are. We find that the last court doesn't get used as much, number 6, which is closest to the car park.
Okay. I saw 4 burly men in there trying to play doubles on just the restricted court. I thought, at least they don't have to run.
A couple of B-grade men playing doubles. That's their usual Saturday down here.
Okay. Oh, that's great.
We don't often move them to doubles courts, but if there's a need for it, we will. But drop the tins to 13-inch, and it makes it a huge court.
So there goes your key shots. You have a particular... Well, she stayed in the rally for quite some time, but in the end it was Caitlin Watts just playing through that forehand and winning in straight games. That's 11-3, 11-5, 11-2. Caitlin Watts goes through to the final here at the Oliver Sport NZ Classic, and that final will be against either Emma Miller or Gina Gregory, and be from at 12:30 tomorrow. So well played there for Caitlin Watts, and well played by Diana Galloway. Made it through the final on her home courts, and still smiling as well. But for Samantha, for you playing on a facility like this, does it help your game? Does it make you feel better when you go on court?
Playing at a facility like this?
Yeah. You're thinking really hard about this, aren't you?
Not really. I don't notice a difference.
Right. But you know, some of your friends that have walked by have probably noticed the difference.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I almost live here, so.
Yeah, that's the thing with your club captain. It's like, gee, I haven't eaten at home for a while, and probably haven't
cleaning the glass this week. We did a few working bees the weekend before the previous dates.
Right.
And I thought we'd jinxed it, so we said no working bee this time. We're not going to jinx it. So there were just 2 of us down here cleaning the glass.
That's not
but it's here.
job.
We're doing it. We're finally doing it, which is great.
Yeah. So well done to you and to the team here at Hutt City Squash Club, and congratulations. I'll let you go and have your drink. You played a long match today, and I just sort of said, hey, you volunteered. You can bring along anything that you're drinking as well.
Perfect.
And well done for volunteering. And, Samantha Douglas, the club captain here at Hutt City. We'll be back with the first of the men's semi-finals, Evan Williams against Glenn Templeton, very shortly.
Do you want to sit here? No, okay, I'll sit.
came on at the start, but
Well, it's not right.
That's okay, don't worry about that.
Are they looking at that? They've got another minute 30.
If the TV goes off, you still hear the score.
Announcement break.
Oliver Sport New Zealand Squash Classic 2021 men's open division match between Evan Williams to receive, Glenn Templeton to serve, best of 5 games, love all.
So underway now with this, the first men's semi-final here at the Oliver Sport NZ Classic, Hutt City Squash Club. And we have Evan Williams, the top seed, 79 in the world. Nice lunge there from Glenn Templeton. He is the 4th seed. The PSA ranking, what is it, about 200 odd or just over 200. And already having to do a lot of movement is Glenn Templeton. That's just the first point. Let's see what Evan Williams will bring to the court here. Had a tough one actually in the quarterfinals, went to 4 against the 16-year-old. The boys were close then. You could see the facial expressions of both of them. Right up close. There wasn't much room to move. So Evan Williams against Tom Marshall went 4. Good effort there from the youngster.
Hand out, 1 2.
And, here we have Glenn Templeton. And on the board. I'm going to do a little bit of a swap here, a little bit of movement, and Jason Fletch is going to join me.
3-1.
He's ready to step in. Thanks for joining me, Fletch. And he'll just put on his can, so he'll hear a little bit of rustling here. And yep, that's all good. Look at that. That was quite elegant, actually. You leapt over the chair, and now
4-1.
with the cans on.
Yes, if I'd played, I wouldn't have been able to do that. Or wouldn't be quite so elegant at all. But
exactly.
Yeah, looks like we've got a couple of good games coming up, which should be exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, even on the second court, we've got some good matches going on as well. It's not just all about the semi-finals. Yes, there's the interest in that. And of course, we've had Caitlin Watts go through in straight games, so pretty much as expected. I mean, Diana Galloway stayed in quite a few points, and Watts had to up the tempo a few times, but in the end it was a victory for Caitlin Watts in straight games, and she goes through to the final, where she will take on either Emma Miller or Gina Gregory. Match coming up next, and good work there from Glenn Templeton.
4-all.
Up to 4-all now. His serve is quite passive for Templeton. I wouldn't say it's just a little swing, but it's close to it.
Yeah, quite relaxed. Sort of, we talked about build of a tennis player. He's actually probably got a good build for a tennis player. Being a big tall lad and big strong young man.
Would actually.
Oh, yeah, great nick there, that one.
Yeah.
Took advantage of the serve and yeah, gave him no chance.
So nice work by Glenn Templeton. Put a little bit of pressure on the top 100 player. Evan Williams, as we said, 79. Highest ranking 67. That was recently after his run of success with all the challenger titles around the northern region.
7-5.
And Glenn Templeton, let's look at his current ranking. It is 288. I have around in as well. And yeah, so that's his career high.
Some good recovery there.
Oh, great rally. He just waited that last moment before, do I do another drop, or I'm going to slap it across the court, low and hard.
He was really trying to interrupt the movement of Glenn there, and did a good job.
He's having to work hard, Evan Williams here. They're not coming free, are they?
No.
The points.
They can construct some really good points and put some pressure on there. So that was a bit of a free one for him there, but it's because of the pressures he's been able to apply.
We had a little bit of a burst of points to start the match, and then we had Glenn Templeton come back, make it 4-all.
10-5 game ball.
He's now just managed to run away with a couple of points here. Here we go.
Great volley.
But that's the key thing for Evan Williams or any player, to go forward, use the angle on the volley, play the ball down so it's not going to give much bounce back. Even if they do manage to get to it, they're going to have to really lunge at it. And takes the first game 11-5, Evan Williams, as he bids to go through to the final to take on either Chris van der Sam or Wills Donnelly. That match not too far away. We'll be back with the second game in just a moment.
Very clean now. Very clean. I tell you, there's a blind spot though at the front there. Just have to rely on the players to.
There's a few blind spots with corners.
Well, for you, yeah.
I found that even the right on the ASD, when we were doing our game over there, we haven't got that.
The worst one's the ones who've got the grey panel right across the back of the glass, so you can't see into it. So you can't see if there's a scoop or a double bounce.
Actually, I wonder if it's
Where's Sherry? Oh, is that you? Mask up?
Mask was up. What's these?
Go.
out there. Williams leads 1 game to love. Love all.
So Evan Williams just got a little bit of a run near the end of the first game to take that first game and be on course for the final.
He's dropped his record. Oh, he's recovered well here.
Yeah, great pace. what it came from was a very flat shot from Glenn Templeton, almost like a cricket shot that was played down and flat. It was never going to be much bounce, and put himself into a good position. But Evan Williams, some great speed. These guys are grinning, aren't they? Yeah. Some great speed around the court. And we get the silly error, the unforced error.
Yeah, looking for the cheap point, and
that was it.
It looks really good for the crowd when they come off, but when they don't, a great cross court there by Williams.
Of course, Evan Williams was at the Commonwealth Games in 2018 at Gold Coast and made the singles second round. In fact, every player there had at least one win. I think Evan lost to one of the Malaysians in the second round. I can't quite recall. He's also in the New Zealand team. Good running there from Templeton. That's what we're going to do here. And
Strike Templeton.
a lot of chat going on the court there. So Evan Williams in the New Zealand team along with Paul Cole and the Chalisi brothers to play in December in Malaysia, and what would be the world team's bit. And also, I guess, in the running for the Commonwealth Games next year in Birmingham. All things considered for both of those tournaments. 32-year-old. Evan and I have a bit of a joke about that when he won the Nationals, 31-year-old left-hander was the phrase that I used all the time.
Oh, right.
And so he said, Dave, I'm 32 now.
Oh, you got to change your line there.
Yeah, exactly. He's still a left-hander there. But the thing is with Evan, he's probably just as fit as ever, if not fitter than ever right now, and or certainly in the last year, even though he hasn't been able to travel overseas. Had such a big run of tournaments around the northern part of the country, winning 4 events. When you're playing Challenger, you're playing against the Chalisi brothers a lot, and Joel Ascott and players like that, but you know, he had to be at the top of his game and had to be travelling a bit and training.
Yeah, I actually was talking to him earlier in the year and asked him how he was feeling about his game, and he was feeling really good and fairly confident, and yeah, it was sort of just after that good run of tournaments that he had, and he was feeling really good and still taking his playing serious as well as coaching a lot now too.
Well, at that time he was getting ready to travel overseas to several tournaments in Australia, the Australian Open and a couple of others there, and potentially going further afield as well. In fact, quite a few Kiwi players, and Caitlin Watt's been one of them, had entered into what was the Australian Open in Bega in New South Wales, country New South Wales. It was a 5 or 10k tournament, and a couple of other tournaments there, 2 or 3 weeks, where they get to go overseas, get different environments, and get to play more challenging events. Unfortunately, things certainly haven't come through that way, although we have had Lawamba Chalisi playing a couple of tournaments in Houston of late, which is always good to play against different opponents rather than just Kiwis all the time.
Yeah, well, it sort of tests where they're at, and actually playing some different players, different styles of games, different countries. It's part of the learning process for these players, and the more they can do that, they'll better be equipped for when they get to some bigger events further down the track.
Nice rally here, and Templeton really in this one until that last final shot up quite close to the wall.
5 all.
and able to drive through the ball on the forehand with a bit of a wrist flick as well, so bring it back to 5-all. At the moment there's Joel Ascott's up playing a couple of UK interclubs. We have Luamba Chalisi up there as well, and also playing in the States. Timo Chalisi leaves soon, I believe, and Elijah Thomas, well, he's going to go and train in Egypt.
Egypt, yes, yeah, heard that.
Fantastic. You've got to go and train for squash. I guess there's the place, isn't it?
So there'll be a really different experience for Elijah, and it'll be interesting to see how he finds it when he comes back. And
well, for someone like Elijah Thomas, I guess you look on a 4-year plan, that in effectively 4 to 5 years he's the next Commonwealth Games if squash is in it, and who knows where that is actually going to be played, because I don't think there's a venue decided yet or a nation decided, but that's just something you have to plan, that I'm 21 now or 20 now, I was actually only in 19, but in 4 years time I'll be starting to reach my peak.
Yes, yeah.
And that's the same with the Chalisi boys as well. They're still only 20 and 21. Joel Ascott, same thing. Evan not overly happy with that. Just a question.
You're right in the swing and you're right in the swing.
The only real problem here with this facility is that the players can't always hear what the official says, which sometimes is good and sometimes is bad. I mean, if they've made the decision, do you need to hear the reason? Sometimes, perhaps.
Yep, sometimes it's good to get some clarity.
Yeah, what you're doing wrong or what you're getting pinged for.
But they don't often change their mind, so
no. Yeah, and there's no replay or big screen here that you can watch. Williams tends to hold the racket quite high on the grip, whereas you get someone like Glenn Templeton who's really down the end of the grip. Quite interesting. There's no right or wrong.
No, it's a player preference, and players will do it differently. It's a great shot from the back of the court, that is. And a lot of the players will actually shorten the grip when the ball's deep in the back corners to give a bit more room to swing the racket.
There was a bit of power coming in there from both players. And Evan Williams replies with his own power there. You have the big flick from Glenn Templeton. And Williams replying. Here we go. You can see on the replay. There's the power shot. And
even was just able to hold that just for a fraction, but which actually stopped Glenn in his track, so he couldn't recover, which was a great bit of deception there.
So 2 games to love now, 11-5, 11-7. Here we have the second women's semi-final, Emma Miller against Gina Gregory coming up after this match, and then we'll have the second men's semi. That will feature Wills Donnelly up against Chris van der Sar.
That's a regular thing, bro. Big upstairs.
Well done, young women.
I thought John was coming because he came over
2 games to love. Love all.
And Evan Williams, the top seed here at the tournament at his own club at the Oliver Sport. NZ Classic is up by 2 games to love.
Stand out, 1 love.
You can see 11-5, 11-7. Certainly hasn't had it all his own way there, Jason Fletcher, in that second game in particular. We really had Glenn Templeton. Oh, gee, did he leave that late, or did he leave that late?
He might have bounced a bit awkward, but yeah, he adjusted well. He adapted well to the situation there.
But it was a good second game for Templeton. He again was in all the rallies and really forced Evan Williams to up the tempo again. You know, there was one particular rally where Templeton really smashed it, and it came back with interest as well.
Even sort of probably using his experience, he's really finishing the sets really well.
Yeah.
Glenn's been in there, got good starts and been solid through the middle, but Evan's been able to really close the set out strongly and up the tempo of the second half of the set.
And we've got Templeton with the 3-love lead. Gets one back, gets a pat on the back there as well from Templeton. And it's just seeing, could Glenn Templeton take it to 4? Because once you get to 4, it puts quite a lot of pressure on the opponent. 3-1's easy to come back to within reason. And now 2-3.
If you can maintain things right through, he's got a chance to take a set. And it's a dangerous place to leave the ball on any left-hand direction in the mid-court. I think every left-hander I've ever played or seen play really loves that space.
Oh, they're quite annoying in every racket sport, aren't they? Cat-handed players hold the ball so late. Any right-hander's like, oh, there you go. Holding it late, you have no idea where they're putting it. It really does seem to be the thing, though. Left-handers in any racket sport have that ability to be able to hold the ball just that fraction later than most right-handers, and it really does help just the indecision there in the opponent.
5-3.
And Evan Williams, as he goes up 5-3, nice deep serve.
He's got on that volley again. He's sort of reading that cross-court nicely, which is creating these opportunities for him to actually take advantage and put the ball in short off that volley.
I would have thought Templeton on a serve that was at a chest height would have gone forward to it and taken it on the full, but instead he quite often lets it drop a little bit. And I'm not sure if there's a particular strategy there or it's just decision on that particular ball.
Yeah, he may just not feel he's in a good position to volley it, and he can do more off the bounce.
Hand out, 4-7.
It's one of the things like Paul Cole's quite often happy. I mean, it's his game to take the ball at the back, and he perhaps could go forward a little bit more.
Yeah, and ideally if you can, but sometimes if you misjudge.
What are we after there?
Stroke.
Just got a little bit, here we go, let's have a look on the replay here. And yeah, pretty. I mean, Evan possibly could have gone around a little bit, but I mean, it was still going to be too difficult to take a shot.
He was trying to talk the referee into it, but
That's a good ball. Glenn, where are you going? He's got him on the run, and that was good ball. Gets a compliment there.
Hand out, 5-8.
Yeah, once again, he just held Evan up with a bit of a hole, pushed him to the back and forced the boast, which gave him an opportunity for that easy drop.
Oh, wasn't too sure where that one was going, was Glenn, and then he walked pretty much into it.
Strike to William. 9-5.
So some nice prize money here, and also the PSA satellite points as well. Good for the players who have been able to make it to this tournament. And good to get a good variety of players as well. As we mentioned, there's 3 from the South Island, a number from Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, around the central region, and Wellington as well. And we now have match point. Yes, yeah. Slight indecision there. Did I lose that? Yes, I did. So 11-5, 11-7, 11-5 to Evan Williams. Let's see the last point here. Talk us through this one, Joyce.
Yeah, I think Glenn was trying to be tricky with the cross-court back at the opponent and just didn't quite get it wide enough and get himself in the way. But once again, Evan sort of finished that set really strongly after a good start by Glenn Templeton. So once again, the experience and probably that extra bit of class sort of helped Evan sort of finish that set off.
As we've said before, Glenn Templeton is actually only 20 years old. It just seems that he's been around for a very long time, and not just the physical presence of him, but that makes people think that, hey, he probably is older than what he is. So yeah, he is only 20, and you've got the experience of Evan Williams. Take him through to the final, which we played at 1:15 tomorrow. Look out for that, and don't forget that the women's final 12:30. So far, Caitlin Watts is through that final, and she'll play the winner of the next match. And that is Emma Miller up against Gina Gregory, as you can see there. Should be an interesting match for the Hawke's Bay teenager against Miller, who is 29 from the Waikato. And that one will be coming up not too far away. Thank you very much there to Fletch. We'll let you get on and help out with the organising here with the other Fletcher, John Fletcher. We'll be back very shortly with the second semi-final.
Half time. Half time. Half time.
Head out
Away, as you can see, the first 3 points. In fact, it doesn't quite look right with the score at the moment. There seems to be a point in the 5th game in there somewhere. And so just underway though in the first game, it is 2-all. And this is the just turned 18-year-old Jenna Gregory. Bit of a lob serve that she likes to do, comes under the ball on that forehand serve up against Emma Miller, New Zealand chap, and we're at 3-all in the first there. So the winner of this match will take on Caitlin Watts in the final, and that will be 12:30 tomorrow. And a good number of people here watching, whether it's from above. We're keeping over the 100 just, and the facility up in the bar there, people eating and drinking. There's been softball, baseball and football around the venue here at the Ricoh Sports Centre in the Fraser Park, and of course the Hutt City Squash Club venue, thanks to Oliver Sport. And of course you can look at Oliver Sport on oliversport.co.nz. And there's the Oliver Sport NZ Classic, PSA satellite points. And both players just checking on the scoring there. Yep, they're under control now. And Emma Miller just got a nose in front. And I think we're going to have a co-commentator stepping in very shortly. And as we look at Emma Miller, both players using the lob serve. Miller tends to use it a lot against the junior players, although Jenna Gregory, she's quite strong and quite tall and a physically strong player, so she's able to cater with those higher shots quite easily. No nonsense approach here. Notice from both the top seeds, Caitlin Watts in her win over Diana Galloway. And interesting footwork there from Gregory. Oh, nice play. Plenty of options there. The ball was short and able to use a short swing, drive it down the line. Nice angle back on the serve. And Gregory turned 18 on Thursday of last week, or Thursday of this week actually. So happy 18 for the player from Havelock North, at the high school there. And 10-6. Oh, the unforced error. So 11-6, a little bit unaware whether she'd won or lost that. What the score was, and it is the first game to the seeded player, or the higher seeded player, Emma Miller, taking game number 1 in the semi-finals. She bids to go through and take on Caitlin Watts tomorrow in the final. That match will be at 12:30. So we'll be back with the second game, and I think we're about to get a co-commentator as well. Don't forget the second men's semi-final will be taking place very shortly. That'll be Will Stonley up against Chris van der Saan.
Well, just the same, just keep it.
Score soon. That 10 wins for each game.
We just have to make sure which race we have on. Because the tablet works better for someone than for others.
And I'm mentioning names.
got Thomas Pickles with me right now from Oamaru, and great to have you coming in on game 2 of this women's semi-final of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. And as you can see on the scoreboard there, Emma Miller 11-6. Some nice play from Gina Gregory, just not quite finishing off what she wanted. And as we said, just turned 18 a couple of days ago. And the error from Emma Miller. And for you, Thomas, nice to, I guess, get out of the South Island and come on up to Wellington. I mean, for me, it's sort of like I escaped out of Auckland after a test. You know, climbed a wall, dug a tunnel to get out. But
yeah, I was a bit anxious there for a while whether the tournament was going to actually take place.
Yeah.
So I was pretty happy to hop on the plane out of Timaru and get here.
So, yeah, for you, what's the standard of squash for you? I mean, how much are you playing? We've seen you play a little bit this tournament.
Yes.
How much are you playing in Timaru? No, how are you in Oamaru or Timaru?
Oamaru, yeah.
Okay, so you're in Oamaru, but you flew out of Timaru, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Same district, Midlands.
Yeah. And so how much squash are you playing?
Playing probably quite a lot of tournaments. Training, probably I'm a little bit slack on. Probably something to look at next year. But no, probably played 11 tournaments this year, I'd say.
That's fairly decent.
Jumped.
And is that around the South Island?
Yeah, just around the South Island.
But that's still a decent amount of tournaments, considering you know, South Island. When generally people think of tournaments, it's all in the northern part of their country. But you know, yes, there's been a lot of PSA tournaments there. But for you to get around and play those tournaments, how well have you done?
Yeah, I've won a couple opens. One in Fairley, the Mackenzie Open, and somewhere else. I forgot. But,
you can't even remember.
Yeah, terrible way. Otago has some good tournaments. Pirates, Otago University.
Well, that's quite a strong club at the moment, isn't it? The Pirates Club.
Yeah, really well run by Gareth.
Yeah, those guys are fairly engaging with the community and
really good social scenes down there as well.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to go back to.
Exactly.
Sometimes you forget what it's all about, the squash.
Yeah, Tony Brown's been talking about it, the ex-All Black, about playing there. I think he's a B1 player or something like that.
Top B1, he's a good player.
Yeah, always competitive, those guys. A lot of rugby players actually really competitive. A lot of ex-All Blacks. You squashed it for the fitness after finishing playing. And,
yes.
That's great. Now, just looking at what we've got here, Thomas, Emma Miller, she's about 28, 29. You've got a just turned 18-year-old. And the difference in rankings, Emma's just up.
It's a bit of an age gap.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's that sort of thing that counts, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen
Jonathan Barnett and Tom Marshall on court 4, and that was much the same age gap, I guess.
Yeah.
It was a really good quality match.
And I didn't actually see who won that.
Jonathan got it in the 4th, but
okay.
very close. It was like 11-9 or something in the 4th.
Because I mean, he was really a top junior around New Zealand. So was his sister.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things. People like him and Joseph Watt come back into the game, and they've still got it.
It's good to see.
Joseph was struggling after his first game where he lost to Tom. That's the sort of thing, though. But he had a good win today against Oliver Dunbar. I mean, even though she's just lost the second game here, Jenny Gregory, it's good for her to get on court and play against someone who's just recently been in the top 100. Probably learning quite a lot.
Yeah. Got exposure.
Yeah, exactly. And for someone like Tom Marshall, he took a set off Evan Williams. That's fairly tough.
Yeah.
And,
big respect.
yeah, exactly. He stood his ground in the match and took the game to Evan rather than let Evan dictate where he was playing. I think when I saw him come off the court, he was pretty happy.
Yeah.
He'd lost, but he was still pretty happy of what he'd done.
Yeah.
And I think
I'd be very happy to get a point off Evan.
Exactly. I mean, he's still only 16 and turns 17 in January. It's Tom Marshall. I think what it shows also is that you don't necessarily have to be in Auckland, Waikato, possibly Bay of Plenty. You can be from, South Island.
Yes,
And actually
as long as you sort of got a good group of guys or people, and they do in Marlborough, I think.
Yeah, there's...
you got some light guys around your age and sort of push each other.
Yeah, and you've got some good coaches there as well. And,
yeah.
I think out of that club, is the club I think is actually at the high school, or is it just nearby the high school?
I think it's the Marlborough Boys High School Club or something. Right. I'm not 100% on that, but yeah.
There's a couple of other, I think Chris Hibbert is another one of the juniors there who's also coming through. And,
definitely.
Well, Tom's got his sister Leonie there as well.
Yes.
She's a bit of a character.
Yeah, I've seen her playing. She's pretty sharp.
Yeah, she's more into her horses, but she would probably run around a bit on the court against Tom. Now, I'm not sure if you've seen so far, but Emma Miller on her serve, she loves lob serves to juniors. I mean, I think Jenna's quite strong enough to handle it a bit more, but some of the junior players that she comes up against aren't sure if they go forward or back.
Yeah.
They're sort of in straight away. They're indecisive in the point.
It takes it out of you as well, working in the air all the time.
Yeah.
Got to be quite strong in the shoulders and upper body.
I mean, you can see that Jenna's getting stronger.
Yeah.
But let's see. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, lob serve.
And just hangs in that one. So, I mean, that's the thing. She's pretty much strong enough to cater it, although I find it quite interesting how she takes her right foot off the ground to try and hit the lob surface, Gregory.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether that's... I mean, that's where you really do have to have pretty good balance to do that as well. If it's going to come off, that's fine. And she got a good bounce there. Off the back wall. I think it just kind of died. So Emma's just checking in. Interesting that Jenna Gregory is almost doing the same thing to Emma.
Drop.
She's coming. She serves a lot. Doesn't matter who she's up against. Kind of flat under the ball. Doesn't drive through it. She kind of gave up that point by saying to Emma Miller, here, you go to the front of the court and do what you need to do.
Yeah. Danger zone.
That's better. Yeah, she's just letting Emma control the tee, and it's quite, a little bit simple, really.
Yeah, you're feeding the sharks when you sort of volley it in that little area.
And what about for yourself, Thomas? What do you do off the squash court? What do you do for a living?
Chippy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And a lot of work, I guess?
Yeah, heaps of work down in Oamaru.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's quite nice after a day on the site to get on the squash court and have a bit of a whack around.
That's quite nice to take the Friday off as well.
This week, yeah. The boss is like, hey, we need you. Oh, no, that's not going to work, Emma. You can't let the ball go between your legs.
Through the legs this time.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the serve there. Look, you see that? Very flat under.
Definitely, yeah. Tight.
I think sometimes we've been discussing, Jason Fletcher and I, that you need to perhaps in squash a bit more use the serve to try and win the point. Maybe not win it on that shot, but to set up to win on the next shot. And that's what we've been discussing about in tennis, how obviously men's tennis in particular, they try and win it with the serve. Some women don't as much, they try and start the point, but it's use the serve in squash. Why not?
The same off the returner serve, I guess, as well. Don't just hit it back.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go for a winner as such, but it's to set you up.
Yeah.
And some people just like, we'll just start.
Yeah. Like a game of pool, always think about the next shot, huh?
Yeah, chess, pool. Okay, that's forcing it back into the corner and the error straight away. Perhaps she could have gone forward to it a little bit more. But actually it worked in her favour in the end. I was looking at it going, how did that happen? That's nice. A bit of depth. And we're not really seeing the big long rallies, but then you don't always see that with Emma Miller anyway. She's not into long rallies. She's said that a few times. Nah, not me. So staying in this particular game is Jenna Gregory.
A bit close to this one.
Yeah. Oh. It's the ball was there to be hit.
Yeah.
It just wasn't executed very well. Oh, there's been a couple of little shockers there from both players these last 2 points. For you, Thomas, what's the interclub situation? You play in Oamaru, or do you play going up to any other towns or down to any other towns?
This year we usually play in that Timaru competition. We decided to put a team in the Otago Interclub this season. Well, with the tail end of it, so we weren't in the sort of like running for winning it as such, but we played against those guys, and it was just a good variation to get to play different players.
Well, how long does it take to go from Oamaru to Dunedin?
We met in the middle actually for our ties in Palmerston, so it's only 40 minutes.
Oh, that's good.
In the middle, so yeah, it was really good.
And that's probably good for the Palmerston club as well. They're probably pretty happy to have you guys coming in. And
because they good and see some good squash and Div 1 team, because they didn't have a Div 1, so it was a really good club there, good country club.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be great. And how many courts do they have? Two. Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Just to have a couple of courts there and have teams from up and down meeting in the middle. As we've got Emma Miller gone through there, as you saw, against Jenna Gregory. So congratulations there for Miller. We'll see her in the final from 12:30 tomorrow. I've got Stu Davenport with me tomorrow for those finals. It'll be fun calling with him, and also be fun to see Miller against Caitlin Watts. So far this year, it is Caitlin Watts that won 3 on the trot in the finals. That was at Royal Oak, also at Panmure and at Waikato Open. The one win that Emma Miller got was at the quarterfinals of the Barfoot and Thompson Auckland Open. So that'll be a good final tomorrow. In the meantime, just chatting with Thomas Pickles before we let him go, and he's come up from Oamaru to play in the tournament. What about your play so far in the tournament? You've had a couple of close ones, haven't you?
I've had close ones, haven't just wanted to finish them. Been struggling to finish it. That second round game I lost the first game 11-2 in the same match. The last one on the fourth was 2018, so that was rather large.
Yeah.
No one wanted it there for a while. They took it, and then I lost that last one. I think they'll have a bye that next round.
Okay.
How they might have pulled it out. So.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, aside from that, you've had managed to get quite a number of matches in, and so it's been worthwhile.
Yeah, 100% worthwhile. It's really well run tournament, and just really good courts, atmosphere, and it's really good to be here and watch some good squash.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just about winning a match; it's about playing the matches on and off the court and watching and just being part of something, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite cool travelling with the wee South Island posse.
The three of you
put together.
The rest of you as well, so that's all good. All right, well, we're going to let you go there, Thomas, and we'll be back very shortly with Wills Donnelly against Chris Farnerson. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, for this, the second men's semi-final, and it is in the white t-shirt, wearing his old Surf City Club logo there. It is Wills Donnelly, and he is up against Chris van der Sam in the grey shirt. And the winner of this match will take on Evan Williams, who is with me at the moment. Evan, we're in for quite an interesting contest, this one, between these two players. Could be lengthy. Wills Donnelly doesn't mind playing the long rallies, does he?
Well, I don't think both players mind playing the long rallies, really. This is what good A1 and top level squash is all about. You can see all the people in the club flocking over to watch this match, so it'll be a stroke. Yeah, it's going to be, well, it's in both players' interest to extend the first game out and see what the other person's made of. It's nice and warm and bouncy here this weekend.
Yeah, how are the courts playing? I mean, you obviously know the courts very well. You coach here, you play here. And how would you call it? There's been relatively warm outside. Has that affected the courts at all?
It's completely different to what it is during the week.
Really?
It's cold and slow and dead during the week, and here it is bouncy, fast, and lively. It's going to be a stroke. And yeah, I think it's just the curtains being up. I think the people being here.
Well, we're staying under the 100. Officially, we're under the 100 people anyway.
Yeah, certainly. But just having people around always makes it a bit more lively.
We haven't quite got the electronic scoring working at the moment. There's just a little bit of a glitch, but we will be back. There we go. Not quite the score.
Yeah, it's only one look. Yeah, there's a let on the first rally.
It is. Okay, great.
The players will just be working their way into the game here, trying to find the back wall, working around each other.
Yes, let. Yes, let.
Funny thing is, I think we've almost had more lets in this game already compared to just about all the matches so far today.
Yeah. And I think you'll find there'll be a few of them.
Yeah. And it's just the style of these two players as well. They played quite compact. You've got Chris is obviously quite a tall player as well. And Wills will stay tight to you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean everyone tends to stay tight. That's the way we like to move, and you've got to be efficient with where you're going. Chris is a big guy, and even though he doesn't try and get in the way, he's very clean the way he plays. He does tend to get in the way a bit. So I think there'll be a few stoppages as we go along. But that's again what happens with any close contest.
Well, it was one of the Australian players, it may have been Joseph White, or it may have been one of the other players this year at the Barfoot and Thompson Auckland Open, who said he just played Chris van der Sam, whether it was that tournament or another one, said he's a really awkward player to play against because he's just the size and the way he plays. It's just, you've got to get around him all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure he's doing part of it on purpose and just moving strongly.
Well, he's experienced, so it's not like he's some young guy who doesn't know where to go.
That's right.
1-2.
Previous highest world ranking of 150 in the world. Does have a world ranking at the moment, but it's down in the 400s or something like that because he hasn't really had the opportunities to play. He has a full-time job, based in Whanganui. And the stroke there. So Wills Donnelly getting the advantage on that one.
There's almost everybody in the club here watching this game.
Exactly, all gathered around. They know they're going to see something decent. There's a few people upstairs as well, and the function area being used by some of the other sports as well, the bar area there.
Yes, let. Yes, let.
Into another let. I think that's about the third, maybe the fourth already. Not sure about you, Evan, but have you noticed an improvement in the way that Wills Donnelly has moved in the past year? He's had some reasonable results, some of the challenges around the Auckland region. just seem to put in a lot of work in his movement? Would it be his movement, or is there something else that he's improved a little bit on? Or maybe just
Well, there's a classic example there of the way he's playing, just a nice straight type ball from the front. He's been working a lot with Kashev Shuja and Topor. He's been based there for quite a wee while now, and that's obviously working with someone of Kashev's ability is going to improve anybody's game, but he's been working really hard. I think he's just been trying to make himself a little bit tougher. He's been down to Wellington to train with me a couple of times. There's a sign of a bit of pressure that he's putting on as well. So he's been down training here. He's been fantastic for me to give. We just use each other as a punching bag, and the more he plays, he's so young.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we forget. Also with Glenn Templeton as well. 20, and I think 20 here as well for Wills. That they seem to have been around for a long time.
That's right.
They are only 20.
Yeah, you do forget how young they are.
Yeah.
And I probably forget how old I am too sometimes.
Well, yeah, you keep on winning, so it's okay.
Yes, let.
And
yes, let. Just for safety. Yeah.
I've got the let there. Not sure if he was asking for a stroke as well.
7-1.
7-1, there you go.
Yeah, I think that's what we might find as the difference in this match here. Chris is very, very classy. He plays a lovely brand of squash. Long drop there, which is lovely. It's hard to teach that sort of stuff. And
pretty ambitious to do it from where he was.
No, it's not. He's been playing that shot for forever. We went to Quantifact. We learnt that stuff over there, and you practice it 1,000 times a day. So it's when you practice something a lot, it's just a part of your game. It's going to be a no-let.
Yes, let, but there was room to play. Yes, let, room to play.
The only problem here with this complex is that it's quite difficult for the players to hear.
Yeah.
Particularly when you've got other courts in use or quite a few people in.
Yeah, we have the glass back here goes all the way up above the silver beam that you can see across the door. So it means it's very difficult to hear anything outside. I coach here on Mondays, and there's Zumba on some Mondays, and they're playing music as loud as anything, but inside the squash court you can't actually hear anything. So trying to have a ref discuss what the decision is, it's we can't hear them. So we have a little silver box in the front up by the tin there, which we might be able to see, and that spits out the score. Sometimes it's delayed, sometimes it's on point, sometimes you can't hear it. So there's a couple of little nicks to get used to this weekend, but it's awesome. It's awesome.
That's great.
Nice, good honesty there from Wills, pointing that ball out.
Yeah, it was quite tight on the line, depending on where you were watching from. It was difficult to see if it was in or out. So there's enough people watching. Here we go. Wasn't quite ready there.
So I think this is the class of Chris showing out. Again, he's working his way back into this game. 7-1 down. So I was saying before, I think this is what will possibly set the two apart. Wills has been training full-time as a squash player, and where Chris hasn't. So when push comes to shove, that might be what makes the difference. Nice wide cross court. It's going to be a cracker of a match.
Nice little drop, no player. Oh,
that was nice.
Better depth and a good shot.
Chris starting to get into his work now, just placing the ball where he needs it to go.
I guess the indecision there was from Wills Donnelly whether Chris was going to go down the backhand ball, managed to put it across court. And just a slight indecision.
Yeah, that's it. Just enough to get the ball behind.
Evan, a quick word on your, I think it was a quarterfinal match against Tom there from Tom Marshall from Blenheim. He got a game off you, which he looked to be pretty happy about. You know, he's 16 years old still, and he said to me beforehand, I'm going to go out there and give it heaps. I probably won't win, but I know what I want to do. What did you think about Tom Marshall playing against him?
Yeah, he played all right. Yeah, he played good. Wasn't my performance, that's for sure. But you just got to swallow those ones sometimes and get through with what you've got. And it wasn't much this morning, but he hung in there and gave his best, and that's all you can ask for. I coached Ollie Dunbar and played him on Friday night, and that's what I ask of the young players, to just get stuck in and hang out there for as long as you can.
I think the thing with Tom Marshall, having seen him a little bit, is that he's, the score getting a bit closer again, as you've been talking about how Chris Van der Sam is probably hitting his straps a little bit. But Tom Marshall has got a little bit stronger. Physically, he's quite tall, but he seems to have got a little bit more stronger, a little bit more of a presence on court. And there you go, Van der Sam coming right back into it.
Yeah, Wills has just lost his length here a little bit. He isn't clearing the ball out as well as he was, so it means Chris can jump across on those volleys and dictate a little bit more. So he needs more shots like that. Get him in the back, lift from the front, just to chop Chris off on that volley. Otherwise, Chris is too dangerous there. Stroke.
A little shake of the head there from Chris. But, no fuss, just a little.
These will be the big points here. And this is what's, ace. This is just going to be really difficult in this time of the tournament, because we haven't had any tournaments to play. So, you know, you normally get better with events, and this is the first one out the gate. Nice.
That's good depth.
That's right, first game of the Wills.
You wouldn't call it really an unforced error on there. He was certainly going for the shot, was Chris, but just too tight on it.
That was an unforced error without a shadow of a doubt.
Come on. I was going to say he was forced a little bit.
And that was asking for it to be put in. And that's a bad time. So that's 8 from 8-all. Right. Yeah, 8-all. Chris had a stroke, missed a serve, and then made a mistake. So that's what I was talking about there, Dave, with not playing tough matches. That's going to be the difference, I think, in this game here.
And we just saw your club captain go out and grab one of the little speakers that you're talking about there, just Samantha, to see if we got it working.
Yes, we've got another committee member, Brian Smith, on court, sweeping them up.
And you seem to have a very active committee, as in Samantha was talking about wiping down the glass walls several times over the last few weeks when the tournament was on, off, on again. And it's always good to have some proactive people around the club, isn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. And the courts looked phenomenal for the first date. Obviously the June date we were supposed to be in, and Wednesday about 6 o'clock the decision was made that we weren't going to start on Friday at midday, so the courts were immaculate. Actually, I even said to them the courts were too clean because you couldn't even see the corners. The courts were completely mark free. So it's
that was just the couple of cases in Wellington, potential cases in Wellington, wasn't it? And unfortunately things have got a bit worse in northern parts of the country in particular.
Yeah, but who would live in Auckland?
Well, yeah, I did escape for this. I tunnelled under, climbed a wall. Here. I've been all double vaxxed and tested and all that sort of thing along the way.
Good. So it's an important first game over to Wills. There, it will be really interesting to see what Chris does in this game here. 7-1 down and came back to 8-all. Some momentum probably sliding in his way.
Just the PSA World Ranking at the moment for Wills Donnelly, 269, one off his high, which was last month. Played a number of the PSA Challenger tournaments, particularly around the Auckland region. A couple of semi-finals in those.
Great drop there.
And out, 1 love.
Chris managing to dominate most of this point, working his way forward again.
Slightly missed his mark on that volley drop there. I'd like to see that one go back into the back just to reset the rally again. I think the start of this game is going to be more important for Chris than it is for Wills. Obviously, being a game down, you don't want to go too low down.
1-2.
Was that Dave? Was that unforced error, that one? Or
I'm not going to say now. You're going to tell me that every shot's an unforced error and that any winner has been practiced.
Absolutely.
I mean, in theory, you should be practicing every winner. It's just sometimes it may not be intentional. Now with Wills Donnelly, I think the body language has also improved over the last year as well. And you know, sometimes you can be losing, but you can still have the body language that I am a winner, even though the scoreboard might not be saying the same thing.
That's right. That's right. He's getting more confident, probably getting fitter, getting stronger, so that's going to breed your confidence as well.
Well, even one of the things that you said after winning the Auckland Open against Timo Chalisi, I think you'd had a match point against you in the fifth, possibly even earlier.
Just forward him.
Yeah. There you go. I knew you'd come up with that. But what you said at the end is that, you know, having confidence in yourself, you know, that breeds the confidence that you know that you can win, knowing that you hadn't been beaten for a year or thereabouts, and you have that confidence behind you to know that you can get out of a hole or come back from match balls down. And that's the important thing, you know, having the confidence to know that you can keep competing even if things seem against you.
Yeah, we're just seeing Wells extend his length a little bit better again here. Chris looking as classy as ever on that backhand volley.
And playing a little bit of height on a couple of balls, Wills. But you've got to remember, you're up against someone who's fairly tall anyway.
Yeah, well, if you're a full-time professional and you're training as hard as you should be, then, you know, extending these rallies, making them longer, is exactly what you want. It's a nice volley drop, nice counter in there. Just going to lift that out, you know. So this is.
Well, this will be
textbook swash here from Wills. He's done very
how
well.
much of a toll is this going to take on Chris, whether he wins it or not? This particular point, it's lengthy.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what Wills wants to be doing here. Just making these rallies long. Oh, Chris won that rally. I think Wills is going to win the war here, and at least Chris can really knuckle his way in. Yeah, that was a big rally. Sometimes you lose the battle to win the war.
Now for you, you're going to take on the winner of this match. Is there a preference? I mean, it's an open-ended question. Is there a player that you feel your game is better suited for, or that you like playing against?
I mean, I like playing everybody. There's a mistake. There we go, right there. Exactly what I said, Dave. That big rally pulled in a mistake from Chris. I don't mind, to be honest.
Right.
I'd prefer Wills to win because I've worked with him and he's been down in Wellington.
Right.
But I mean, if it's Chris, that doesn't bother me as well. You take on anybody that dares get on the court with you.
Yeah. What about when you played against Oliver Dunbar on Friday night? You'd already had 2 sessions with him, I believe, in the week. Did he do what you expected?
Yeah, I was very impressed with him, to be honest. He,
particularly that first game, I think it was, where he did seem to take it to you a little bit more. The second and third, I think the score dropped away, but that's not the
yeah, I actually thought he played better in the last game than he did in the first. Sure, he got more points, but he stuck to the plan.
Right.
Played more mature squash in the third game, and you know, I was going to get better as that match went along, and I would hope that I'm a little bit more mature than he is. But you know, that was the one I was the most proud of, and he had a big win against Thomas Pickles today.
Yeah.
So it's you know, it's big. It's big for a 15-year-old.
Yeah, he's only just turned 15.
Yeah, so again, we can see the tail end of that long rally is taking its toll here on Chris. If I was Wolves, I'll be trying to put another big one into him and see what he's got.
So that's either where the depth and lifting the ball a little bit more comes in.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, it's a good shot there from Chris, but it's a desperate one.
Yeah.
He needs that. He needs that. And it's, those are the shots you want your opponents playing, because you know they're not. You know they're not. They're throwing all their eggs in one basket. So I'll be putting another one into him ASAP. So that's a good shot.
Hefty swing there by Chris as well on that forehander. It was wasn't just a flick of the wrist, it was a big swing.
Nice and tight. Again, the class of Chris coming through. And Chris being honest and calling his ball out there, very good. And played in great spirit this game.
6-8.
Maybe 7:15, but there's a fair bit of perspiration coming off both players now.
Wills Donnelly is the sweatiest man on the planet.
Yeah.
He is. He takes sweating to a whole new level, this guy. And, you know, I don't say that as a joke. This guy is the sweatiest person I've ever met in my life. You know, we've been at Tawa at 8:30 on a Tuesday morning. It is 4 or 5 degrees there, and we're just stretching outside, and he's dripping on the carpet. You know, it looks like someone's been raining on the squash court when we train. So it's I'm surprised it's taken this long to get the court wiped, because he knows how to sweat.
Well, I know from tennis where someone like Patrick Rafter in the past was particularly like that. He used to get cramped because if you're playing for several hours and you're losing so much perspiration, he used to get cramped. So I'm not sure how it's going to affect.
Yeah, should be getting a second one out there doing that.
I think with so many people around the court, and that it's still relatively warm as well, and all the running that they're doing, the boys are certainly feeling it in there.
6-8.
Good little reset here for both the players.
Yeah, I think they're quite happy that it went a little bit longer than what you'd expect.
See the squash a bit more free flowing. I think it'll help Chris just having a little breather and a little regather. See if his experience pulls through. Ooh. Tight.
Bit of a question for you, Evan, in coaching on the serve. With different racket sports, badminton, tennis and squash, about using the serve to try and win the point or set up the point rather than start the point. And some players in squash are just start the point. Others are using it as a tactic to, not necessarily, you're not going to really do too many aces on it, but to start the point so that you can win from the next shot or set yourself up. Some players don't seem to use it as a tactic to try and win the point.
Yeah, it's at this type of level, you're not going to win off the second shot on the rally.
No,
it's as simple as that. So serve does become a bit mundane. Really, it's just a shot that starts the rally effectively. Obviously, you can put yourself in a better position or a terrible position.
Yeah, a better position.
Yeah, that's right. That's a lucky yuck one. We talked about this during the week. Actually, it was going to be a big point when this happens. It's with a join. Hits the ball.
So if you can take that sort of interesting bounce, then you've got to take it. And certainly a big help as things were getting quite tight there.
So again, if the Wolves just extends these rallies, make sure he hits his back corners. Another tight shot. It's a good counter. Chris pushing up, as always, looking for that volley. That's a great shot, well played.
Well played. The thing is, he also took the pace, so even when it did hit the front wall, it wasn't going to come back with anything, was it?
No.
Just going to give Chris no chance at all.
He just built the rally there, you know. He hit his back corners, waited for the ball to be pushed up, and then take the volley drop in. You know, it's a very complex game, but we can play it very simply. And I think that's what Wills has done well this last sort of 9 months or so. He's just taken the risky stuff out and just playing a little bit better. It's a great shot from Chris. A big finish here.
And Wills wasn't quite ready. Chris is almost trying to push him to come on, get ready a little bit quicker.
Loves the fast serve, Chris does.
Yep.
Stuff. Reset the rally again. So they're looking for that backhand volley as always. Oh, it's a great shot. Well played.
Player must win by 2 points.
Comes back into it there. It was Wills Donnelly looking good in this second one. Just, I wouldn't say he's hanging in there, but Chris is forcing his way in there.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously a big rally here. So they can tip those corners. It's a big drop. That's a lovely counter drop from Chris. There's his class. So again, 8-10 down. Chris is back to front court game. There's a couple of backhand drops. And that's where he's very comfortable up there. See it again, the long drop. You see Chris just starting to lean over on that backhand side, waiting for the backhand one. There was an opportunity. Leave him up there with too much time, that's for sure. Big rally. Nice and tight. Bobbing. It's a long drop, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, 1-all.
That was a nice little fight back because he was in a bit of trouble there with Chris van der Sar. In trouble against Wills Donnelly there. And managed to fight back and take the second game. We're at 1-all in the second semi-final. The winner of this match will take on Evan Williams, who's with me at the moment, in that final tomorrow just after 1 o'clock. Don't forget the women's final, 12:30. That is, I guess, the match we expect. Emma Miller against Caitlin Watts. We'll have Stu Davenport with me for both of the finals tomorrow. So we'll come back with the third game in just a moment.
Thank you. Yeah. Seconds.
And we saw a nice comeback, late comeback from Chris van der Saan in the second game against Wills Donnelly, and Evan Williams, he just sort of showed that confidence in himself that he can come back. He was down a couple of points. Just staying in the points and forcing the errors, and then a couple of stray shots here and there, and he's back in it, winning that game.
Yeah, well that's the class of Chris, as I said earlier. You know, he's always going to back himself, and you know that's when you know the good players when the chips are down, they back themselves to really go for it. It's a good get.
He's having to do quite a bit of lunging there as Chris. Quite a bit of work in the legs, and
great rally. Good work from Chris to get himself back into that rally. Unfortunately, he couldn't get that one up.
And we've seen a change of shirt there for Wills. Probably sweatiness there.
Yeah, I think this match is really evenly poised. I think if Wills can put a few more rallies like that into Chris, I think he'll get on top here. But obviously, we saw Chris's class to come back at the end there, and it's a really exciting game to watch. This is a tough shot for Chris to get back.
Yeah, I don't know where anybody will put their money on this one. Yeah, I'm still not sure. I think
where's your money, Dave?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. You know, I'd put it down on one player and then I'd go, maybe not. It's great when you can pull that out.
It's funny, Chris loves a fast serve, but then when you serve fast, he hates
Wills
it.
is very methodical now. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing a bit of fast serving in the women's, because both Caitlin and Emma, they pretty much don't muck around.
No,
that's it.
It'll be laser fast, for sure.
Yeah.
They hit the front crack.
Yeah.
There's another one.
There's a bit of a stray
one
bounce,
one
I think.
off the front cracks.
Yeah. One of those stray bounces. So Oliver Sport and the NZ Classic here. Good on Oliver Sport putting up the finance for this tournament. And great to see a variety of different players from around the country, different regions competing.
Yeah, very fortunate for Oliver to come through and do this. Wouldn't be on without them. And all the players will be very, very appreciative of what they've done. Myself very much included.
Yeah. But I think the thing is that we are seeing a few nice running there from Wills. It's going to go.
It's about to drop. Oh,
All right. It's good. It was all right.
I don't think Chris will be very good at charades with
yeah,
acting like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, we can give him another try later on if he wants to maybe do a film.
What we have seen with this tournament, Evan, is a few players who perhaps we might not see as much in the series that we've had up in the northern part of the country. You know, just a few new players and a few other club players who have been exposed to professional, semi-professional squash, and that's good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
You know, I mean, there's nothing against the tournaments that were held up in the Auckland region or in Northland and Waikato, but what it's saying is just to see a few more that could get here from the Wellington region or from wherever.
Get it back, well done. This is so long, and even when he stops running, he's still
just about collected his head. Now, what do you reckon about the facial expressions there, Ev?
He's hit him on the follow through, so he stopped.
Yeah.
Just a safety.
I don't think anybody's particular fault there, but
no, came to the correct conclusion.
Yeah.
An interesting one in Paul Cole and Mustafa Assal's match.
Oh yeah.
When Mustafa hit him on the follow through and they gave a stroke, which, in my understanding of the game, if you hit someone on the follow through, it doesn't make a difference.
I'm trying to think of the point. Yeah, I seem to recall that one. I think no matter what happens with Assal and Cole, there's always going to be a lot of contention between those two.
Not wrong.
And Paul managed to get one back finally after 3 losses in a row.
So you can still see Chris commanding this front left corner. It looks like Wells is taking him in there, but it's just a little bit big and letting him get countered. If he's going to lob out of there, then it's fine, but Chris's straight backhand drop's just too good. I know if I played Chris, I would not be putting the ball in there too freely, that's for sure. And that's my forehand.
Yeah, exactly. Is there one particular drop that is easy to coach for most people? Is it easier on the forehand, or some people find it easier to learn and execute a backhand drop?
Everybody's different. Everybody's different. Some people are better on the forehand side, some people are better on the backhand. I often find a lot of my players that they are better on their forehand when they start, and then when they move to backhand, they just release the racket a whole lot better, so they end up liking the backhand a little bit more, which is great because a lot of squashers play down that side.
Right.
I mean, I'm obviously a little bit odd because I'm left-handed, so that makes me a bit different to everybody else.
Well, left-handers so often being able to hold the ball just that little bit later. And being able to create a bit of indecision, left-handers in just about every racket sport, in fact.
So 3-1 Wills, and now we've gone to 5-3 Chris.
5-3.
And the pace is just slowing down a little bit, which is definitely going to suit Chris's game. So he can just place that ball around. There we go, looks like Wills is trying to turn the pace up a little bit here now. Nice tight drop, nice tight lob. Switching up on his backhand side though.
What Wills tries to do, as soon as he's hit his shot, he's straight back like glue, just behind Chris, almost sticking to his body.
Yep.
Whereas a lot of other players will give themselves that bit of space, a full step behind the player or away from the player. For Wills is, I'm right behind you, buddy.
Well, if you stand too far behind good players, you're going to get eaten up.
Yeah.
They're going to volley drop and you're going to be over. Nice post. I think in that first game, Wills had a little bit of joy out of just crossing the play a little bit. He's playing too much down the backhand wall here, and that's Chris's side, particularly that front half. I think he would get some play out of crossing it over a little bit more to the forehand side. No, Chris is too good here. Can't put it there.
And there's a few supporters here. I see Rob Bannister and a couple of others have come over from Whanganui to give him some support. They'll no doubt make a bit of noise from the rest of this match, and if he makes it through to the final, and I'm sure you'll have some supporters as well when we make it through to the final tomorrow. It just walked back into the way of any shot coming from Wills there.
I think at 3-1, I think your money would have been on Wills, and now it's
yeah, see, I didn't want to put my money anywhere. Underneath that backhand and take any pace off the ball.
Yeah, well, there's just not enough pace on the ball for a start. Chris has practiced that shot probably a million times, and that would be about the pace that he'd hit it back for himself.
Tell me, Evan, is there ever a hardest hitter that you come up against? Whether or not you beat them or lost them, because I was speaking with Jason Fletcher early in the day, and they used a speed gun for part of their World Squash Day on their course, and said to people, have a go, see how hard you can hit the ball, how fast you can hit it. Oh, it's nice. And
unlucky Chris. It's one of the first ones he's missed up there for probably a game and a half, I'd say.
So at the squash gym in Palmerston North, they tried to see how hard they could hit the ball, how fast, and someone got 225 Ks, which is pretty impressive. I think Cameron Pilley has the world record or has had the world record, but is there anybody who's just like, wow, they hit the ball so hard, maybe not so accurate?
I've played Cameron Pilley before,
right.
and it was not nice.
Right, okay, so there you go.
It wasn't my favourite game, that's
right.
for sure.
That's a good play. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean if someone hits the ball hard, it's going to work all the time. But every now and then, it's probably just going to be a little bit of a shock for you, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been around the traps a few years now, so nothing's that new to see. But if someone can consistently hit that ball hard, it is tough.
I certainly thought it was a great novelty factor to get people doing something different.
Too much in that front corner. Chris is eating him up there. It's far too good there.
So what has Chris van der Sand done better or done differently in this third game if he takes it out?
Just controlling the pace really, really well. You know, there's not many shots that Wills is playing to hurt him now. It's just the nice slow pace down this backhand wall. You know, if I would crisscross a bit more to try and unsettle him and get him to stop, make him reach. But he's looking very smooth at the moment.
Here we go with one of the last point, and no luck there for Wills Donnelly. We'll be back with the fourth game in just a moment.
Van der Salm leads 2 games to 1. Van der Salm to serve. Love all.
So we're in the fourth game now of this, the second semi-final, the men's semi-final of the Oliver Sport NZ Classic. And it is 2 games to 1. As you can see, Chris van der Sand up against Wills Donnelly, and Evan Williams, no let there. I was about to say it looks as though you'll play Chris van der Sand in the final. I'm not willing to say that just yet.
Yeah, don't go too early, but you know, if it stays the same, it could be on the cards. Hopefully they play for another hour first.
Yeah, you're just hoping on that one, huh? You're not coaching in the morning, are you?
No.
So how many clubs do you actually coach at around the region? This is your main club, but you do go to other clubs as well?
Yeah, I coach at three clubs around Wellington.
And which ones are those?
Tawa, Thorndon and Hutt City.
Okay. Because so you'd coach Oliver Dunbar at Tawa, or does he come here?
He comes to Thornton actually. He
Thornton
goes to school out those ways, so he pops in on the way back from school. Ball in there. Lucky let. Shouldn't be putting the ball in that front corner.
Couldn't quite hear that. Chris has the replay on it.
Good little up top view of that actually. I think he's lucky to get a let there.
So you're thinking... not too many... Gee, he only just turned around from the door then and the ball was coming from the serve. Chris certainly trying to just jam up a little bit more.
Another point in the front left.
So for you as a coach or someone who's been hitting with Wills, you'd sort of want to keep away from that corner?
Yeah, it's...
particularly against someone who's so good in that area.
That's right. That's right. It'll be hard for a right-hander because it's, they like their backhand, they like playing down that wall, but it hasn't been a successful spot for the last 2 games. I'd just like to see just a change, just even a couple of rallies down the forehand wall, and then you can go back to your spot if that's where you want it. But that's just from my opinion here. Well played. It's getting a good look.
Well, he's on the board and missed the 4th. And just give him a little bit of confidence, getting that score.
This is the shot. That's what the quality of the drop's going to need to be to hurt Chris in that front corner, otherwise he's going to have too much time to play his counter drop or his cross quarter, whichever he likes. And as I've said many times, Chris is very classy and he's very, very good in that front corner. Actually, he's very good in both front corners, to be honest. But
well, that's a nice little turnaround from love 4, 3-4. We're feeling a bit better about it now.
Yeah, we see Chris has opened the door again.
Yeah. See, I'm good holding on to my money on this.
You just said Chris was going to win, right? Did you say that 2 months ago?
No, I said I was going to hold on.
I thought I was already playing Chris to the final.
Cool.
Your line was behind him that time a little bit. I was just wondering. Yep.
So Wills doesn't agree with that. What do you think on that?
5-3.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, actually. But they said he took the wrong line. They said he was going forward for the volley drop, and which probably makes sense.
Interesting service action every time I see Chris play. It's almost like an albatross sticking out his big wing.
Yeah. Well done. Good get that.
Back into position again.
Nice. Ooh. Good exchanges in that rally. So we can see the difference in that front left corner when Wills puts the ball in with quality. He ends up getting an opportunity to volley the next ball if Chris doesn't quite hit his marks, and I think that's what Chris has been doing to him in the last 2 games. He's been playing the straight drop and winning on that, or winning off the next ball. And there it comes again. And so whoever's been playing this front corner better has been winning. Nice counter.
Now it's changed.
Oh, there it is. The lucky one. Love those when you get them.
These courts have been pretty true, though, as courts when you compare them around Wellington. They're fairly true bounces.
Footy broke his racket, actually.
Yeah, we did. I mean, it sounded like something.
Hit that forehand.
Yeah.
90 seconds to change, Chris. 90 seconds, good.
How many rackets do you go through a season with breakages? I mean, we're not talking about breaking them on the ground in anger, but do you go through...
I wouldn't do that, Dave. Not once.
Not once in your career?
Not once, no. I'm an angel. I've never done that before.
I'm sure someone will think of something.
No, break about 5 or 6 a year.
Just from nicks on the wall? Or
Yeah, it's just sort of collateral damage. I mean, if it's a big point and the ball's on the wall, I'm not going to pull back because I'm going to break a racket. I'm going to give it everything. And that's, the frames are getting lighter. They're probably not as sturdy as they were, but it's just...
What sort of weight is your racket? Is there any particular weight that you really like, or are you just going with what comes out of the fabric?
I've used the same frame for the last 4 years and the same shape for the last 20. So I look more for shape and feel than anything else. Squash rackets are probably a little bit less going on. Change the shirt in between as well.
Always remember a particular tennis player, Jimmy Connors, put a little bit of lead tape on particularly one side of his racket because he liked to hit through the ball with that side, which seems quite remarkable. I'm not sure whether that would happen with anybody in squash, that they try and have a bit more weight on one side of the racket.
I know a lot of players use lead taping just to sync all their rackets to make sure they're all the same.
Okay.
But it's not as commonplace in squash as in tennis. There's obviously a lot going on in tennis frames and tensions, and they use different types of strings in the same racket. They string at different tensions for different outdoor conditions, whereas squash players are a little bit more simple. We just get on with it.
Yeah.
Let's go, Chris. Come on, mate.
7-4 lead here for Chris.
7-4.
It's going to take a bit of effort to break this one back.
And played that right-hand corner, the forehand corner, very well there.
It'll be interesting to see if Wills had converted that second game at 10-8. See what Chris did to knuckle his way in. Can't keep putting the ball there.
On Chris. 8-4.
So the head just dropping a little bit there for Wills. And it's going to have to put in something fairly dramatic here. Those long rallies that we saw with the lifted balls, perhaps, and drain it out.
That's a bit better. Lob from the front. Straight on that backhand volley again. There's going to be a drop. Oh. Oh no.
Chris was very controlling in that rally. The first few shots were a bit deep, and then he was able to find his position and pretty much hold the whole way.
That's what Chris does. That's what he does better than almost everybody else.
Yeah. Oh.
Out, 5-9.
Who's your money on now, Dave?
Now I'm getting a bit more authority on Chris.
Some tight down the backhand wall. Long drop.
Bit of depth for both players. He's moved up there into the forehand corner, and one drop after another, and it worked. As we come now to the first match ball.
He's out, 16, match ball.
He wasn't overly happy with that one. Still got plenty of advantages and plenty of opportunities as Chris van der Saan.
Nice lob out the front there from Chris. Another shot on that front backhand. Hold in the front. Post, haven't seen that yet.
Really?
Oh, well done. Big rally.
found himself in a little bit of trouble there in the end, Chris van der Sam, and one more point back to...
Might see Chris go for something here. He's got a couple in the bag. I'll be surprised if we see a cross-court nick or a shot off the serve here.
So
I probably would if I was in his shoes.
Yeah, Wills has saved a couple, but still big advantage. And that is it. And we'll see if we can see a replay of that final point in just a moment. But in the end, it is Chris van der Sam taking it in 4 games. He will take on you tomorrow. And Evan, what do you think about that?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Here we go. Here's the final point. And just the error there. Racket on the head. Yeah. So well done there to Chris van der Sam. He's going to make it through to the final. And that will be tomorrow against Evan Williams. And Evan, great to be in a final here at your club. It's the first, I guess, biggest tournament here. I'm sure you played a club champs or 2 or 10 here. But for you, anybody watching, tune in tomorrow and we're going for a good match.
Absolutely.
Right, thank you very much there to Evan Williams. We'll be back with the 3rd and 4th playoffs and a whole lot of other matches tomorrow. And of course those 2 finals, the first final, the women's final between Caitlin Watts and Emma Miller, that will be from 12:30. Stu Davenport will be joining me for both of the finals as well. So we'll catch up with you tomorrow.